Chapter 1233. A divine skin scroll descended, stirring up great waves and drawing the attention of all sides. Even though that ancient star had disappeared, there were still quite a few people who were looking forward to it. Even the ancient races knew about it. Among them, there were some who had heard of the ancient life tree, something passed down from their ancestors. This was a wondrous tree that should have grown in a mortal domain. Undercurrents surged in the foreign battlefield. The confrontation and intense battles gradually escalated. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer something both sides could control. There would definitely be a great battle. The ancient races were looking forward to it. It was rumored that a great sage was about to arrive, and it was very likely that he would bring an extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon. Such a great movement might be caused by an archaic emperor race's expanding ambitions. If they could control eternity, the effects would be far-reaching. There were also some who were worried, feeling that if there were ancient deities in eternity, it was most likely because they were scheming for the ancient imperial weapon, purposely luring the snake out of its hole. In the depths of the star domain, an ancient saint from the archaic fallen Peng race was killed. His head was cut off, and his enormous corpse collapsed, blood gushing everywhere. They had black Peng wings and were humanoid in appearance. With a flap of their wings, even the universe would be torn apart and the universe would be shattered. But now, they had become holy beasts that were hunted by others, unable to escape death. The ancient races hid in the depths of the starry skies, almost disappearing from the boundless cosmos. They were waiting for the Big Dipper great sage to descend, but they were still found. The main reason was because the divine skin with the ancient life tree appeared, making the experts of the Eternal Lord Star unable to sit still. The effects of this were great. At the same time, the Sutuo race in the Eternal Star domain was almost wiped out. The archaic Emperor race 9 Phoenix King personally arrived, turning everything within 10,000 li into ashes with a single strike. Unfortunately, this race had long left, only their pure land was destroyed. The divine skin ancient scroll was entrusted to a few great powers for safekeeping. When the ancient races heard this, they frowned. Not only were the eternal experts hunting them, some of the ancient race experts were also taking the initiative to kill them, wanting to participate and wipe out some inheritances. Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and a few other peerless experts joined hands and entered the depths of the starry skies, attacking the ancient race army. They killed several holy beasts and returned in exchange for that divine skin. When this news got out, it caused a commotion in all directions. Everyone found it hard to calm down. The ancient scroll that recorded the secrets of ancient deities was finally obtained by someone. Many small forces felt regretful that they were not strong enough and could not participate. No, this shouldn't be the holy beast's plan, right? It wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain, sending Wan Feng, Mi Luo, and the other peerless experts away so that the 9 Phoenix King can sweep through our eternal world's great powers and inheritances. In this special period of time, some sensitively raised this question, fearing that a calamity would descend and engulf Eternal Star. Don't worry. The Eternal has the true great sage. The Sutuo race won't dare to ally with those holy beasts, or they'll be exterminated. Luan Feng and Mi Luo disappeared, entering the depths of the cosmos. They knew that it didn't matter even if they weren't here. There were even more terrifying people overseeing this place. They knew that this person was plotting something big, most likely wearing the immortal clothes of an ancient deity to take action. Right now, he was watching coldly from the sidelines, and if necessary, he would carry out a fatal blow. Several days later, Su Tuo clan released another piece of news. They had a copy that could still be exchanged for with holy beast blood. Su Tuo clan is too greedy, actually selling more than one good. This ancient scroll doesn't have that much value at all. The star domain doesn't even exist anymore, so who would care so much about it? Even though they were criticized, Su Tuo clan didn't care. This was their chance to rise up, and this clan believed that the star domain definitely still existed, just that it was hidden. From a certain perspective, that place definitely had tremendous secrets, or else how could it be hidden between heaven and earth like this? Normal people criticized them, not interested, but undying inheritances like Chao family, Blue Sea clan, Origin Demon Sees Mahest family, Unsetting Sun King family, and others all wanted to obtain them. They had the qualifications to explore. If they could truly discover that ancient star, forget about everything else, just the resources there would be enough for them to flourish for over 10,000 years. The ancient life tree's value was too great, an exceptional immortal medicine. With its existence, there would definitely be ancient deities' inheritances and secrets, a rare immortal land. The great families didn't go hunting holy beasts in outer space, because that would be too great of a loss. Their saints might fall at every turn. They gathered together a few rare treasures and exchanged them with the Su Tua clan, obtaining a copy of the scroll. They also warned the clan not to sell it. The great inheritances attached such importance to it, making the people of the world endlessly bewildered. They paid even more attention to it. Yi Fan was also one of them. He wanted to take action, but he never had the chance. Finally, a disciple from the Swallow Cloud clan leaked out the secret of the copy. He made a copy and secretly auctioned it, exchanging it for holy beast blood. This went against the clan's will. However, that day, that auction house was destroyed. Someone powerfully took action, seizing the copy. Then, rumors spread everywhere. It was a deity who took action. I've seen that person before. They belong to that organization. Even though they rarely appear, I definitely didn't misjudge them. The same day, another disciple from an ancient family also leaked the core secret for the sake of holy beast blood. He used an ancient scroll rubbing to trade with someone. Yi Fan seized this opportunity. The row word art was unmatched under the heavens, and together with the fact that he could fight ancient saints himself, he rushed over like a streak of golden lightning, seizing the copy. At this point, the ancient star region recorded on the divine skin was no longer a secret. All the great powers took action. Through various channels, many people obtained some benefits. In a short period of time, there was actually a wave of enthusiasm. Even the holy beasts from the outer realm didn't attract much attention. Many mercenaries set out to explore the ancient star region. The eyes of the ancient race and the outer realm sages flickered. They were extremely tempted and wanted to go there to see what was going on. Don't act rashly. Wait until they find the ancient star region before we take action. There's no need to waste energy for nothing. What we can see is the truth. Those rumors are just clouds of the past. The ancient race didn't move. They had received news that a certain ancient imperial family was on the way. A world-shaking great sage was about to arrive with an ancient imperial weapon. As for the outer realm sages, some of them set out and followed the exploration team into the distant starry sky. The situation became more and more confusing, making it difficult for people to come to a conclusion. This is definitely the plot of those holy beasts. They're using a trick to send our eternal experts away. They want to launch a huge attack. That's right, it's a trick of those holy beasts. The number of holy beasts from the outer realm will increase greatly and they will attack our eternal Lord Star. At some point, such speculations had appeared everywhere. Many people were discussing fervently and clamoring to investigate the Sutuo race. Throwing out the divine skin scroll at this time meant that they were definitely colluding with the enemy and betraying the entire star region. Yi Fan seriously pondered for a long time before deciding to set out. No matter what was said, he had enough power to protect himself. Even if there was a great battle, he wouldn't be afraid. What he needed now was to temper himself and reach a higher level, breaking through the shackles of the divine realm. He felt that if he wanted to become a saint, he needed a hot-blooded battle. He needed a baptism of life and death. He needed to find a suitable battlefield. The Eternal Star region wasn't that attractive to him anymore. Right now, he mainly wanted to leave some protection for his disciples and friends like Yi Tong, Little K, Li Tian, and Li Heishui. If he could refine the fifth stage of the evolution fluid, the strength of the celestial court would increase by leaps and bounds. It would allow even those who weren't peerless in their generation to have the possibility of ruling over a region. This was what he wanted to achieve. Once he set foot on the path of the strongest ancient trial, he wouldn't be able to turn back. Enter the Tammuz star region and find the star where the ancient gods resided. Obtain the ancient tree of life and set sail for our dreams. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Take up your weapons and head into the depths of the universe. Explore the unknown divine lands for our glory and rise. Some mercenary groups were recruiting elites and forming various small teams. They wanted to enter the Tamu Star region as recorded on the Divine Skin Scroll. In the end, Yi Fan set out and joined a mercenary group called Holy Light. He also wanted to use this powerful mercenary group to explore. The starry river was resplendent and the universe was boundless. A huge mothership rose into the sky, surrounded by a dozen or so battleships. They rushed into a stargate in the outer realm. Darkness descended as they advanced through the passage of nothingness. They traveled continuously according to the coordinates on the Divine Skin Scroll. The entire path was lonely and desolate. At the same time, a huge mothership from the Big Dipper star region crossed the universe and was approaching the Eternal Lord Star. It emitted a terrifying and dignified aura. This was the Big Dipper's reinforcements. An old man had his eyes closed and didn't move. Occasionally, he would open them and release terrifying divine light. We're approaching the Eternal Lord Star region. An ancestral monarch is here to welcome us. The Demon Bull King personally came to welcome them and was invited into the cabin. He was immediately startled to see a slender and robust ancient prince with blue hair draped over his shoulders. He knew that a great battle was about to break out. Afterward, he paid his respects to the unmoving great sage and explained the current situation. He only left after a long time. The fire Qilan's hair was scattered behind him. His eyes were like divine lamps, and his body was slender and robust. The ancient sovereign blood in his body rumbled like thunder and shook people's minds. He sat there and glanced at the great sage of his race. The ancient tree of life, was it arranged by the 9 Phoenix King? The eyes of the great sage of the fire Qilan cavern were like lightning. He stood in the mothership and stared at the Eternal Lord Star region. I can sense a powerful killing intent. Blood will surely flow like rivers. A world-shaking battle is about to break out. Within the mothership, many experts stood there. All of them were either majestic or extremely capable. This was the allied army of the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms. They wanted to flatten this star region in one fell swoop. A great calamity was about to begin. After over 10 changes en route, the mothership appeared in the starry space again and again. The Holy Light mercenary group finally arrived at the Tan Mao star region after half a month. This was a quiet star region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone had disturbed it. But recently, the peace was broken and it gradually became lively. Many flying ships entered to explore. Everyone wanted to find that ancient planet with life, but after so many days, there were no clues at all. Little brother, you look so young. Why did you come here to take risks? This is a job where you might lose your life at any moment. An old mercenary asked a young man. I like to take risks. Only then will there be a challenge. There's no meaning in a boring and unchanging life that repeats itself. This young man spoke. His smile was very radiant and his teeth were as white as snow. His golden hair was resplendent and gentle. This was none other than the flying ship of Yi Fan's group. It was merely one of the 10 battleships of the Holy Light mercenary group. What's your name? The old mercenary smiled and asked. My name is Dao Yi. The young man smiled radiantly. Oh, what an impressive surname. I remember that 1,000,000 years ago, the god of our eternal Lord Star was named Dao Yen. He was a resplendent and mighty god, an undying legend. The old mercenary sighed. That's right. The young man nodded. Yi Fan sat at the side and listened to their conversation. At the same time, he was staring at the large screen and saw a giant mothership flying through the air. That's a god. The old mercenary's expression changed when he saw the symbol of that mothership. Chapter 1234. It was an especially huge mothership. It was like a meteorite, black and oppressive, suffocating everyone. It was completely black and had the word God on it. It was written in the ancient god language and emitted a strange power. God's arrival made everyone's heart sink. The Holy Light mercenary group members didn't dare to provoke it. They all avoided it and watched it fly past. Tan Mao's star field was vast and boundless. After arriving here, ships could be seen from time to time. However, none of them were as intimidating as God. This organization is strange and unpredictable. It's said that they can reach the end of the ancient universe. There are traces of them in many places. We can't provoke them. The old mercenary Huabai said. God is too strong. Some cultivators say that they aren't from the Eternal Lord planet. They just built a base in our country. Another mercenary said. Dao Yi didn't speak. He just stared at God's mothership and pondered. Xiao. A resplendent light streaked past. A ship in the distance was shot into pieces. It exploded like fireworks and turned into space dust. Tens of ships rushed past and attacked the fleet ahead. The ships there exploded one after another and light beams interweaved. Let's go. The Holy Light mercenary group's mothership opened a stargate and brought all the ships to jump through space to leave this place. They didn't want to be involved in this battle. It's the Chao family chasing after the Flame mercenary group. In the universe, when enemies met, there would be no lack of battles. Many large organizations entered this place and there would be no lack of conflicts. With old and new grudges added together, it could very well be a war. Tan Mao's star field was very vast. The Holy Light mercenary group searched step by step and covered the entire eastern region. However, they didn't find anything. Sai, the ancestors of the Sutuo race descended on that ancient planet. We haven't seen them for 60,000 years. Now that they've found it, it's probably a wasted trip. Otherwise, why would they hand over the scroll? The old mercenary sighed. Many days passed. They used their life sensors to probe but found nothing. If there was an ancient land of life in this star field, it would have reacted long ago. During this period, they only saw universe ships one after another. They were all like them, coming for the ancient tree of life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't think anyone can find that ancient land. Perhaps it's long been buried in the river of history. Many were dejected. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a mothership was actually sunk. Many experts were killed, and the two opposing factions launched a fierce attack. The Holy Light mercenary group performed another space jump and changed their course. They didn't want to get involved in this dispute, as the Tampa Star region was very dangerous at the moment. This is extremely bad. If this goes on, we might also be attacked by others. It really is strange. Why did that ancient star disappear? Was the Sutua clan lying? The old mercenary said. Yi Fan also expressed some opinions and participated in the discussion. He believed that this ancient star might have been destroyed. Otherwise, why couldn't they find it? The universe was boundless, and those who were strong enough could cut down the stars. After such a long period of time, anything could happen. There is another situation. Back then, Su Tua clan's ancestors entered the heaven domain established by deities. Later on, the entrance was sealed, so they couldn't find it again. Dao Yi spoke. He was extremely kind and radiant, loved to smile, making others feel close to him. The heavenly domain established by the ancient deities contained an ancient star. The other mercenaries were shocked. How terrifying of a divine might was this? The dark universe had no beginning or end. Many great powers were scattered throughout the Tampa Star region and would occasionally meet each other. Everyone was searching with all their might. This was no longer as simple as the prosperity of a clan, but rather something that could make an entire star region prosper. That planet ahead is a bit strange. Descend. The Holy Light mercenary group's mothership found a small planet. They sent battleships to land and carefully explore it. This wasn't a small planet. Not even a blade of grass grew on it, and there were craters everywhere. It looked incomparably desolate. The mothership discovered that there was a heavenly crater on it. It was exceptionally deep and looked like a black hole. This attracted their attention. Yi Fan's mothership was assigned to land here and carefully examine it. This heavenly crater is a bit strange. It doesn't look like it was formed by the impact of a meteor. It looks more like it was fought out. The old mercenary Hua Bai was rich in experience and immediately made this judgment. If this was confirmed to be true, it would undoubtedly be an important clue. At the very least, it meant that there had been experts roaming about here before, and living beings had appeared in this star region. The cabin door opened. Yi Fan, Hua Bai, Dao Yi, and a few others walked out one after another. They circled around the heavenly crater and revealed strange expressions. This couldn't have been created by a single punch, right? The diameter of the heavenly crater was several hundred li. It was extremely large, but it wasn't in the shape of a fist. It seemed to have been created by a sharp weapon. Could it be that it was stabbed out with a sword? The old mercenary Hua Bai frowned. It should have been created by a finger. The entrance of this heavenly crater is very similar to the tip of a finger. It looks like it was pierced through by a finger. Dao Yi expressed his opinion. Everyone shivered inwardly. This was at least a saint. What had happened in the past? Did he want to cut open this star? Could it be that there are divine ores here? Did an ancient saint descend here to excavate this star? Someone's eyes were burning with passion. He felt that this was quite possible. On the Eternal Lord Star, there would be many exploration ships entering the starry sky every year to carry out missions to search for divine ores. It was unknown how many stars had been destroyed. That's not the case. Dao Yi shook his head. He flew into the air, his golden hair shining brilliantly. He gestured with his hand. One finger pointed towards the heavenly crater while the other pointed towards the starry sky. The old mercenary Hua Bai's expression changed. The others didn't understand. Yi Fan nodded. He had long since seen through the truth. The person who could release this finger was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a matchless character. This was a finger that came from the depths of the starry sky. To be more precise, this finger was only the aftermath and wasn't specifically aimed at this place. It was unintentionally created during a battle by an exceptional expert. After Dao Yi finished his explanation, apart from Yi Fan and the old mercenary, everyone else's faces became snow white. How terrifying of a character was this? This discovery was reported. The higher-ups of the Holy Light mercenary group were shocked. They searched along the path of the finger radiance and discovered a large group of meteors. This should be a star that had been pierced through by a finger and shattered here. Everyone was shocked. In the ancient times, there were peerless characters who fought fiercely here. The terrifying consequences of a single finger made everyone tremble in fear. Now, they could already confirm that Tan Mao's star domain had creatures in the past. That ancient star might have been destroyed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this meteor belt. A black cosmos mothership sailed over, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Compared to the other spaceships, it was like a high and mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex. A few major powers saw this and all retreated to make way for it. They were afraid of enraging it. This was an organization known as God. "What did you discover?" a hoarse voice asked. It came from that black divine ship. The Holy Light mercenary group couldn't afford to offend God, so they told him the truth. The black mothership was silent for a while. Then, two figures flew out and carefully explored the area. The huge black ship stopped here and attracted the attention of other major powers. Some spaceships gathered and observed from a distance. In the end, an important member of God's organization appeared. He wore a mask on which the word God was engraved. He stood in the void. He took out a sparkling and translucent white mirror and channeled a great amount of magic power to illuminate this star region in an instant. It's actually a mirror of the past. The old mercenary Hua Bai exclaimed in a low voice. He said that this mirror could replay some events that had happened in the past. Even saints couldn't obtain such a treasure. The surface of the mirror was smooth and pure white. A group of hazy images appeared and gradually became clearer. Yi Fan was astonished. He had seen similar mirrors before. Duanda had one, and it was regarded as a treasure by him. It was said that this was polished from the frontal bone left behind by the great sage after he had transformed into the Tao. Those who had transformed into the Tao would occasionally leave behind true bones, and the frontal bone was where the immortal platform was located. It represented wisdom and was extremely precious. This mirror could be refined into a supreme treasure and could be traced back to the past. Heavens! Cries of alarm rang out. Be it the Holy Light mercenary group or the other major powers, they were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The images in the transparent bone mirror gradually became clear. People discovered a finger pointing over. It was incomparably huge and shattered a star in an instant. The aftermath of the finger radiance rushed into the distance. Many people suspected that the shattered star was the ancient star with life in the past. But as the images continued to appear, they quickly overturned this idea. An imposing figure rushed out from the shattered star. The shattered star turned into a group of meteorites. The person who rushed out also rapidly enlarged and slammed his palm into the distance. This was clearly a great battle. The images were cut off, and people couldn't see the result. The people fighting are too powerful. Even the past mirror can't restore that battle. The images flashed, and the last shocking scene appeared. The past mirror completely dimmed. What? What kind of powerful existence is this? Everyone was astonished. The last scene was too unimaginable. A huge palm had enveloped a huge ancient star full of life energy and dragged it into the depths of the universe. This is too inconceivable. People were tongue-tied and speechless. The Sutra clan hadn't lied. There had indeed been a source of life here in the past. The reason it had disappeared was because it had been moved away by a huge hand. Chase. This hand has disappeared into the star field ahead. It has long since left the Tanmao star field. Is it good to chase like this? What if we encounter a peerless expert? So many years have passed. What kind of peerless character is there? I believe that even if that hand belonged to a god, it has long since passed away. Everyone was excited. When they thought of the ancient tree of life, the light in their eyes became fervent. An enormous black ancient ship moved through the sky. God's organization was the first to rush out, rushing towards the unknown star field to explore. Blazing light, destructive power, tens of thousands of Tao laws were released to their heart's content. This was a great battle that could destroy a star field. In the eternal star field, a world-shaking battle was underway. The Fire Chilan Cave's great sage had descended with an extreme ancient imperial weapon, ruling over the world. In this star field, many ancestral kings had descended. They wanted to wipe out this ancient star with life and seize everything. The Eternal Lord Star also flew high into the sky. Many experts had piloted mechas, rushing into outer space to participate in this great battle. This was a bloody battle. It was a crazy slaughter, and the scene was grand. The starry sky beyond the heavens was shattered, and a few saints were bleeding and dying. Make your move, the Fire Chilan said. He appeared in the ice-cold cosmos, his thick blue hair scattered behind him as he stood beside an elder. A wave of heaven overflowing divine might surged, rising and falling like a vast ocean, vast and boundless. Then, the fluctuations became more and more terrifying, causing some stars to sway and engulf this star field. The Fire Chilan Cave's great sage had a terrifying ancient imperial weapon. Now that the weapon was reviving, he was about to release an extreme immortal might. At the same time, the Eternal Lord Star released a similarly powerful fluctuation. It was as if a hibernating war immortal had awakened. Divine multicolored light rushed into the heavens, directly attacking into outer space, opposing each other with equal harshness. Chapter 1235. The battle was so bitter that even the starry skies were covered in blood. The fall of a saint would be accompanied by the burning of meteorites, turning them into cosmic dust. Boom! The extreme divine might erupted. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave opened his eyes and the universe was torn apart. 2 bolts of lightning shot out. In his hand was a brilliant weapon. It was blue and sparkling, beautiful and dazzling. The ancient imperial might was boiling. This was the famous Qilin staff. It was forged from eternal blue gold and was dazzling. At the end of the staff was a vivid Qilin head. It emitted an earth-shattering imperial might as if the supreme being of the past had come back to life. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave waved it forward and attacked the eternal Lord Star in front of the star domain. He wanted to split this source of life in one strike. The brilliant blue light poured down like a river of stars. It was vast and boundless as it engulfed everything. The spaceships were smashed into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. A cold snort was heard. The blazing light cut through the blue light and went against the imperial might. It arrived with extreme speed and actually struck the Qilin staff. The battle of the extreme Tao unfolded. The eternal immortal robe of the eternal Lord Star appeared. The battle armor of the ancient deities was worn by someone to fight against the great sage of the fire Qilin cave. That's the immortal robe of the Tao evolution god. It's divine and transcendent. It can sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cries of alarm came from all over the eternal Lord Star. This battle robe had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Everyone was searching for it. Who would have thought that it would appear today? This was an intense collision. Both sides fought until the sun and moon lost their light and the river of stars dimmed. All the ancient saints fled for their lives to avoid the aftermath. Otherwise, everything would have been wiped out. The aftermath of the extreme divine might would have destroyed everything. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave didn't have the upper hand even with the Qilin staff. The Tao evolution god robe was both offensive and defensive. That person was also the great sage and posed a great threat to him. The two tore apart the universe and circulated their immortal might to fight into the depths of the starry sky. Planets were constantly being cut open. The battle was so intense that it made people tremble. Kill, the Big Dipper ancestral king and the eternal saint also started a world-shaking battle. The battle scene was magnificent and soul-stirring. Kill all the holy beasts. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. The people of the eternal Lord planet roared. They went deep into the star domain. Stars shone one after another. These were all powerful war tools that had been deployed for many years. Now, they were put to use. The planets surrounding eternity were all war fortresses, defensive island chains laid down tens of thousands of years ago, equipped with offensive capabilities. This was an extreme weapon that combined Tao patterns and technology. Now, it was like a primordial ferocious beast that opened its malevolent eyes and emitted boundless killing intent. Ah, an ancient king coughed out blood. Half of his body was pierced through and dripping with blood. He was seriously injured and flew outwards. Great Tao weapons and scientific martial arts swept out together. This was a blood-soaked stellar domain. An unprecedented slaughter and collision unfolded. Blood flowed, the battle continued, and the planet burned. Pooh! Half of the other ancestral king's head was smashed apart. Bright red blood and white brain matter splashed out. His remaining eye revealed a deathly gray color, filled with unwillingness. Tens of thousands of stars shot out destructive light. This place was twisted into a land of death by the beams of light. Of course, the eternal star domain's losses were also great. Even though this was their main battlefield and they had laid down great Tao killing formations one after another, as well as many scientific martial weapons, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. The Big Dipper ancestral king was too powerful. Moreover, it wasn't just a few people, but all the races working together. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Planet after planet was hacked apart by the ancient saints. The deployed Tao marks were destroyed, the weapons destroyed. As for those experts wearing mechas, many of them were torn apart, their blood dyeing the void. This was a bitter battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The ancestral kings were saint-level experts, and the death of any one of them was a nightmare for their race. They couldn't afford such losses. The Eternal Star Domain's war fortifications were the result of many years of hard work. Tens of thousands of stars were built into fortresses that were scattered throughout this vast star domain. This level of battle was the largest in 50,000 years. This was a great collision between star domains. Roar, the old saint of the Herculean bull demon race, fought until he went crazy. He used his Dharma ability and instantly became hundreds of thousands of meters tall. He turned into a black bull that stepped on the stars, his horns holding the sun and moon as he charged through the universe. His divine might was terrifying. Every time he charged, he would crush small planets one after another, destroying many of the war fortifications. There were a few times when he charged into the larger planets and entered the depths of the earth. Then, with a violent struggle, the entire planet would split into pieces. It looked like a heaven-splitting beast had hatched from a giant egg. It was shocking to the world. This was a sensational battle. The ancient king race's expert was even more powerful. With a sweep of his gaze, many universe ships were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed war fortresses one after another. This race was known as the top 10 ancient king races, and it wasn't without reason. He opened his mouth and swallowed a few small planets, scaring the people of the Eternal Lord planet into trembling. These holy beasts are too ferocious. Activate all defenses. We must stop them. The experts of the Eternal Star Domain shouted. This was a calamity. The holy beasts from the outer realms were unprecedentedly powerful. With so many of them descending at the same time, it could be said to be a great disaster. In terms of individual combat power, they were inferior to the ancient king races. In terms of the number of saint-level experts, they couldn't compare. The Eternal Lord planet could rely on the war fortifications that had been perfected for thousands of years to turn this star domain into a terrifying killing field. Without these planets full of destructive power, the gate of the Eternal Lord planet would have been broken and the disaster would have befallen. An ancestor of the demonic Sound clan relied on his excellent body techniques to fly up into the sky and enter the sun and moon. He wanted to hide and enter the Eternal Gate, but he was hit by 18 divine lights at the same time. His body and soul were destroyed. The ancient king race's heart sank. It wasn't that their combat power was lacking, but that this sky domain was too terrifying. The arrangements of the Eternal Lord planet were displayed to the fullest at this moment. Even saint-level experts had fallen. The ancient race finally knew why the people of the Eternal Lord planet hadn't attacked previously. They had been waiting for today's opportunity. In order to deal with the stronger reinforcements, exposing these war fortifications too early was not worth it. They've been waiting patiently for our army to arrive. Only now are they revealing their fangs. They want to injure us severely. But with just these great Tao runes and saint-level weapons, they can't stop us. They're dreaming if they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Kill them all. As long as we can get through, this ancient planet will be finished. The ancient race rushed forward with cold eyes. They mercilessly slashed at the planets. Blood and destructive light danced at the same time. The intensity and tragedy of this battle exceeded everyone's imagination. Neither side seemed to realize that the other was so strong. Boom! An intense tremor sounded. Large amounts of bloody light shot out. The meteors in front of them all exploded. The steel war fortresses and other things turned into scrap metal. Phoenix cries shook heaven and earth. Scarlet multicolored light and divine patterns filled the sky. The 9 Phoenix King appeared. He was like a divine phoenix born from flames. His hair danced about, and his eyes released cold lightning. With a raise of his hand, he swept through many defensive fortifications. He broke through. Could it be that the 9 Phoenix King broke through to the Great Sage realm? Someone from the ancient race cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but look over and see his incomparable combat strength. With a phoenix cry, the 9 Phoenix King released blood-colored divine chains of order. They were like the feathers of an immortal phoenix. His divine might overflowed into the heavens. With a single step, he reached 100,000 meters. With a punch, it was as if a phoenix had spread its wings. An enormous flaming bird appeared on his back and entered the battlefield. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. An incomparably enormous planet was melted by him. It turned into magma, and then it turned into cosmic ashes. Two powerful figures rushed out. Their bodies were covered in flames, and even the primordial spirits in their foreheads were burning. Miserable cries tore through their hearts. These were two ancient saints. They howled in grief as they struggled. They didn't have any hope of living at all. Their auras quickly weakened, and they turned into two charred corpses. Their divine senses were completely destroyed. The number of eternal saints couldn't be compared to that of the Big Dipper. Every single ancient saint was an old ancestor, and for a great clan, they were extremely important. Right now, two of them died at once. This was naturally a great loss. The two great clans roared angrily. Their eyes were all red. Did the Nine Phoenix King become the great sage? He shouldn't have. He still hasn't broken through his shackles. The ancient race's people were shocked as well. An expert at the level of the Nine Phoenix King was too useful on the battlefield. His combat strength was heaven-reaching, and he could sweep through an entire region. This type of unmatched aura was even more fatal. It made the enemy tremble in fear. Kill. This battle will wipe out the Eternal Saints. We will fully descend and control this star. The Nine Phoenix King said. He rushed at the front like a scarlet arrow that overflowed the heavens. He carried the power to engulf the world as he swept through the stars. Kill. The destruction of the Eternal Lord Star is imminent. Attack with everything you have. Many ancient kings responded. They followed behind him and slaughtered their way forward like a flood. The Nine Phoenix King was the future lord of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. His methods were heaven-reaching, and he slaughtered until one's scalp went numb. No one could stop his footsteps. Apart from this, the Fire Qilin Caves Qilin Heavenly King had also come. He was equally as famous as the Nine Phoenix King, and he also unleashed a great slaughter. He swept forward as if there was no one stopping him. The Eternal Lord Star's various defensive structures were continuously torn apart. The losses were disastrous, and blood dyed the cosmos red. The Eternal Lord Star also had experts of this level, but they were outnumbered. In terms of the number of ancient saints, they couldn't compare. This group of holy beasts is too savage. With so many people descending together, we really can't stop them. What should we do? The people of the Eternal Lord Star watched the battle through the large screen, and all of them were shaken. Blood gushed out. War planets exploded one after another. This made their hearts go cold. The original plan was to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, using the endless defensive structures to slaughter them. But now, a few figures who are about to become the great sage's arrows have appeared. They have broken through the layers of defenses, and all of our efforts have been for naught. Where are Wan Feng, Mi Luo, and the other peerless experts? If they were there to stop them, the Nine Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, and the others would definitely stop. It definitely wouldn't be like this. The Sutua clan, they must have colluded with the outer region's holy beasts. They used the divine skin ancient diagram at this time to send away some of the peak figures of the Eternal Lord Star, leading to this result. I've already heard that this might be done under the orders of the Nine Phoenix King. The people of the Eternal Lord Star were terrified. The Holy Beast army had arrived. There weren't many of them, but every single one of them was an ancient saint. This was a great calamity. In the outer region's battlefield, the people of the Eternal Lord Star continuously retreated. They couldn't hold on at all and quickly retreated. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my eternal kingdom? The mortals who were waiting in their homes and watching the battle through the large screens were incomparably terrified. Their faces all turned pale, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Damn Tan Mao Star Field, why did the ancient tree of life appear at this time? Is our Eternal Lord Star Field going to be finished? Sorrowful cries rang out everywhere. In the depths of the cosmos, extreme Dao immortal might spread out. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage held the Qilin staff in hand as he fought against his opponent. They destroyed many ancient stars. The starry rivers grew dim, and it was hard to determine victory or defeat. This was a confrontation of extreme Daos, a great battle between two ancient emperor-level supreme beings that transcended space and time. In the cosmos, the Fire Qilin's blue hair scattered behind him. He stood in the void, his expression incomparably cold as he stared at the eternal Lord Star. Seeing that he was about to slaughter his way in, he revealed a cold smile. At the same time, in the distant Tan Mao star field, Daoist also turned his head. It was as if he wanted to look through the void of the cosmos, through the starry rivers, and into the eternal Lord Star field. Chapter 1236. Xiao. A majestic star was sliced in half. The Qilin staff was comparable to a heavenly sword, possessing exceptional sharpness. With a light slash, even a massive star would be destroyed. It was sparkling blue, beautiful to the point of dazzling. It represented unmatched power, the divine staff of an ancient emperor. It could defeat immortals and kill saints, its brilliance dazzling past and present. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi attacked fiercely with it. Large amounts of meteorites were swept into dust. There wasn't much in the cosmos that could stop it, not even stellar rivers. However, even after such a long time had passed, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This was also a great sage. His magical force was profound, able to look down on all creatures. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Thunder rumbled through the cosmos. The other party attacked again. A simple fist was calm and peaceful, containing the might of the heavenly Tao. It possessed a type of mountain-devouring might. The immortal clothes left behind by ancient deities weren't large mechas, but rather close-fitting. It was quite similar to the Big Dipper battle clothes, engraved with the imperial Tao of heaven and earth. This person wore precious clothes, his methods heaven-defying, and his offensive power was unmatched. Each time he attacked, great waves would sweep out for 10,000 li. This fist could instantly shatter a planet. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi frowned. According to what he knew, the people of the everlasting star domain relied on external artifacts, unable to comprehend natural luck themselves. However, why was this person so subversive? He could see that the other party's offensive power was extremely terrifying, and his understanding of the great Tao had reached a rarely seen level. This was a lonely person who couldn't find a worthy opponent. Yan Qi was someone with a special identity. He wasn't a cultivator from the archaic era, but rather from an even more ancient era. He was a giant during Fire Qilin Cave's resurgence, sealed within the divine source, only awakening in this world. He held the Qilin staff in hand, his entire body dyed in a sparkling blue color. Killing intent engulfed the heavens, making the sun, moon, and stars lose color. His battle intent surged. Hong. He brandished the scepter, releasing an unmatched wondrous technique. A Qilin image appeared, one that was millions and millions of zhang in height, devouring heaven and earth as it covered the other party. Large amounts of falling stars appeared, falling into the distance. They were all created by this strike. The starry skies trembled. However, the eternal great sage remained fearless. Under the pressure of the Qilin statue, he let out a light shout, and the light between his eyebrows surged into the sky, borrowing the divine battle armor to resist this attack. Raging immortal flames burned. The eternal great sage's entire body was covered in golden multicolored light, making the star domain tremble. His immortal clothes were humming softly. Many Tao patterns appeared behind him, condensing into dozens of golden war swords, hacking forward together. Within the brilliant immortal light, the Qilin was cut down. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi retreated, his chest rising and falling. He had suffered a certain amount of damage. He stared fixedly at his opponent. Golden light flowed. The great sage of the eternal star domain wore a golden divine robe, and his body was covered in sparkling light. This was a set of armor forged from Tao Tribulation gold, and it would be difficult to find a second set in the world. Immortal Tears green gold, eternal blue gold, Tao calamity gold, and so on. Every kind of divine gold was extremely rare. Even ancient emperors might not necessarily have a hard time obtaining them. The material of this immortal robe was pure, and its entire body was golden and translucent. It was dazzling, making its owner look like a god of war. Obviously, this person was very old. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't seem to belong to this era. This was an armor left behind by the Tao evolution god from 1,000,000 years ago. It had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, and even the people of the Eternal Lord planet couldn't find its whereabouts. But today, it appeared in the world. The battle began once again. The great sage Yan Qi was valiant. The Qilin scepter in his hand danced up and down, drawing out rays of immortal light that caused the universe to rumble. It could easily cut off galaxies. However, the Eternal Star Domain's great sage wore the Tao evolution god robe, and his magical power was unparalleled. He pressed forward inch by inch, incomparably powerful. Boom! Behind him, golden swords danced in the air. Dozens of swords moved, slicing through the planets in front of them one after another. Even Yan Qi had no choice but to dodge. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage frowned. The more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. The other party was not weaker than him, and it was extremely difficult to determine victory and defeat. You are not a cultivator of the Eternal Star Domain. They don't pay attention to the treasures in their bodies and rely on external objects, but your strength is at the top, said the great sage Yan Qi, staring into his eyes. Who said that refining weapons can't reach the peak? There are countless Tao methods in the world. Some people can obtain Tao through painting, so why can't they use external weapons to resound to the 9 heavens? Yan Qi's heart trembled when he heard this. This was definitely a character that couldn't be provoked. He had touched upon his own path and was using external weapons to prove himself. Gradually, the two of them were almost exhausted. The ancient imperial weapon was so terrifying that it could suck the great sage dry and turn him into a skeleton. After a long time, they couldn't hold on any longer, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Great sage, please return quickly. The Eternal Lord planet can't be defended for much longer. A calamity is coming, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. A weak wail came from the starry sky. The expression of the great sage on the Eternal Lord planet changed. His gray hair danced in the wind as he turned to leave, tearing apart the universe and rushing back. Where do you think you're going? The great sage Yan Qi of the Fire Qilin Cave tried to stop him. The Qilin staff in his hand, which was as clear as a blue diamond, cut through the void and struck out horizontally, wanting to entangle him. Flames of the way surged, and golden flames soared. The divine robe of evolution shone with hundreds of millions of rays, shining like a god. He struck backwards and sped up into the distance. However, the giant Qilin that flew out of the Qilin staff almost killed him, causing more than a dozen streaks of blood to flow out of his mouth. Yan Qi laughed and said, "You can't leave unless you pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, you can only watch as the Eternal Lord planet is destroyed." One chased and the other fled, and the battle continued. Blue and golden light burst out from time to time between the two of them, destroying galaxies at every turn. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be covered in cold sweat. In the Eternal Star Domain, the battle had reached its final stage. Spaceships exploded one after another, and small planets were set ablaze. The entire star domain was in flames as if the end of the world had come. Miserable screams rose and fell. That was the aftermath of the collapse of the divine sense. It spread in all directions, and the cultivators of the Eternal Lord planet were forced to retreat, unable to resist the ancients. Under the leadership of the 9 Phoenix King and the Qilin Heavenly King, the ancients advanced bravely. They were unstoppable, cutting down the war fortifications that could harm saints and advancing quickly. A saint of the Chao family was killed by the old saint of the Herculean bull demon clan with his horn. He died in the starry sky. Does the heavens want us to die in the Eternal Lord planet? For so many years, we've gone on expeditions and reigned supreme in the sea of stars. In the end, we've provoked so many saint beasts. There were too many saints in the Big Dipper, and the people of the Eternal Lord planet were in despair. In this direction alone, there were more than a dozen ancient saints, each of them extremely powerful. They had no choice but to rush toward the Eternal Lord planet. They couldn't fight in the starry sky anymore, and most of the fortifications had been destroyed. Gods were born 1,000,000 years ago, and hundreds of thousands of years of glory. Is the bright eternal civilization coming to an end today? Even the saints were in despair. In the eternal star domain, be it cultivators or mortals who watched the battle through the screen, they all felt a chill from head to toe. They had been defeated in this battle. The bloody truth was that the ending had been decided, and the curtains were about to fall. The heavens are so unfair, allowing us to prosper for eternity until now. Why are they suddenly going to be destroyed? Woo-woo. Why are there so many saint beasts? This doesn't make sense. How can the Big Dipper ancient star be so terrifying? People cried out in grief. They couldn't accept this reality. They had been defeated, and the main force had retreated. Perhaps they were going to be wiped out. The Eternal Lord planet was gloomy, and mournful cries could be heard everywhere. Even the saints had been defeated. Where could they go? Their lives might all end today. Roar! Suddenly, a long roar rang out. The radiance of the Tao Tribulation's golden immortal close illuminated the entire cosmos. The great sage of the Eternal Lord planet tore open the star domain and rushed back. Retreat quickly. The 9 Phoenix Kings' expression changed. He was just a bit away from becoming the great sage. His divine sense was sharp, and he tore open the sky as he quickly fled with the saint beside him. The others also felt that the situation was far from good, and they all fled. The extreme Tao's immortal might pressed over through the vast expanse of stars, making their bodies feel like they were going to split apart. The whistling of the divine sense shook the universe. In the end, there were 3 saints who were a step too slow. As soon as they stepped into the realm gate, they were swept by the golden immortal light. They didn't even have the chance to groan before turning into a bloody mist. The Eternal Lord planet's great sage had returned, but he paid a great price. He coughed up blood, and the golden Tao evolution divine clothes were dyed red. Leave the divine clothes behind. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi chased after him. He raised the blue divine staff and hacked forward. Golden light flashed, and the Tao evolution divine clothes protected its master. It pierced through the heaven and earth and flew towards the giant star ahead. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll destroy this ancient star with life. Yan Qi said coldly as he raised the blue divine staff high up. The evolution fluid wasn't that important now. If they could obtain the ancient god's precious clothes, when the ancient prince was strong enough, they could refine it and take it for themselves. Who could compare to the Fire Qilin Cave's foundation? They would definitely be invincible. The Eternal Lord planet was filled with mournful cries. People ran in all directions, and many star gates appeared. Many major powers wanted to leave their homes and cross the universe. Living was better than dying. With the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapon here, who can leave? Yan Qi said coldly. He slowly pressed down the Qilin staff, and the imperial might surged, engulfing the ancient star. But at this time, propitious Qi surged and revolved around the ancient star. It protected the place and didn't allow the imperial might to descend. Yan Qi was shocked. He pressed down on the Qilin staff. He originally wanted to cut open a continent on this star, but he was stopped by a terrifying force. Ancient Imperial Great Path. He couldn't help but change his expression. He thought of some things, and his expression flickered. In the end, he silently put away the Qilin staff. What's going on? Some saints didn't understand and went forward to ask. A star that gave birth to an ancient emperor has their great path imprinted on it. If you want to destroy it, you will suffer a certain backlash, Yan Qi said with a frown. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Was it activated by that great sage who wore Tao Tribulation golden clothes? Yan Qi nodded and said, "It was him. This ancient star is extremely unordinary and shocking. From past until now, there have been at least 2 ancient emperor-level figures who have received the protection of 2 types of great Daos. How could it be like this? Are we just going to let this go like this?" The other ancient races were impatient. They wanted to obtain the evolution liquid and other secrets of the Eternal Lord planet. "I've long had enough of them, actually calling us holy beasts. I really want to immediately rush in and unleash a great slaughter, wipe them all out." An ancient king with black penguins on his back said. After Yan Qi seriously thought for a bit, he said, "Don't act rashly, wait a bit first. This place has produced 2 supreme beings, so we cannot rashly enter. There will most likely be a murderous disaster. I hope that there is a descendant of a deity who will stay behind and fight with me." Fire Qilin spoke. His body was tall and sturdy, eyes like lightning as he stared at the Eternal Lord planet. On the Great Earth, all of the great clans became silent. Right now, the great Tao sealed the heavens, not even the star gates able to open, unable to leave. "Interrogate the Sutua clan strictly, we have to get to the bottom of this." Correct, the Sutua clan has misunderstood the entire ancient star. They definitely colluded with those holy beasts, producing a divine skin that caused Wan Feng and Mi Luo's exceptional experts to leave. Otherwise, they might not have lost this battle. Quite a few people were shouting, suggesting that all of the Sutua clan's people should be immediately captured. Tan Mao's star domain was already cold and cheerless at this time. Everyone went on their way, heading towards an even further star domain to explore that ancient land of life. Found it, there really is a life ancient star. 2 days later, a mercenary group's expert cried out in joy. They weren't the only ones who discovered it. Many people also sensed the fluctuations unique to life stars. Motherships rushed over one after another. Apart from the Chao family, Unsetting Sun King family, Blue Sea clan, Buddhist clan, and other undying inheritances, the Sacred Light mercenary group was naturally among them as well, hurrying to this brand new star domain. There really is a life star. This is a miracle. Everyone cheered. After going through so many hardships, they had finally found it in the entire star domain. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the spaceship. As they approached the ancient star, he instantly opened his eyes, and an indescribable, inauspicious shadow appeared in his heart. The old mercenary Hua Bai seemed to have sensed something. He stood up in the cabin and mumbled to himself, "Why do I feel like a catastrophe is coming, like I'm in the middle of a killing field? Old Hua, you're having a hallucination again. We've finally found this life ancient star, and will most likely see the legendary life tree. What are you daydreaming about?" The other mercenaries teased him. Sigh, Old Hua, don't have many skills, but my prediction of life and death can be considered the best in the mercenary world. Otherwise, how could I still survive when all my peers have died? Hua Bai said. Uncle Hua, you're right. Some people are born with a terrifying instinct. If you feel it, you should leave quickly, Dao Yi said. Along the way, he had been easygoing and amiable with a smile as dazzling as his golden hair. However, at this moment, he looked solemn. Then, he turned around to look at the deep area of the star domain. It was the coordinates of the Eternal Lord Star, as if he wanted to see through something. Chapter 1237. The gods had taken the lead and named this ancient land of life the 5th divine planet. This made people wonder if there was a special meaning behind it. Could it be that there were 4 other ancient planets? None of the major powers retreated. All of them rushed forward. The journey from Tan Mao star region to the 5th divine planet was long and many people had died along the way. Now that they were about to see the tree of life, who would give up? This planet isn't big. It seems to be about to wither up. The life fluctuations are very weak. Even after approaching, the ripples on the life detector were very faint. This made people somewhat disappointed. This wasn't a huge planet. It's shrouded in leaden clouds, blocking our line of sight. It's difficult to scan the scenery on the ground. Everyone was astonished. How could ordinary clouds obstruct the exploration of the cosmic mothership? However, this dark gray mist cut off all kinds of senses. The planet was really small, of course, compared to the Eternal Lord planet. Yifan stared at the large screen and looked at the various scanned data. He learned that this planet was similar in size to Earth, but its life aura was very weak. The dusky mist shrouded the planet, making the place look bleak. No one knew what the situation on the ground was like. Descend and prepare for battle. The first cosmic mothership rushed into the mist and landed on the ground, drawing out a silver-gray luster. The other organizations saw this and followed suit. Very soon, people cried out in surprise. Their disappointment was greater than their joy. This was a gloomy planet. There were high hills, huge mountains, ravines, and other places. Withered trees had taken root and stretched towards the sky. There was almost no greenery, and there were withered plants everywhere. It was as if it had suffered a calamity and the entire planet had lost its vitality. Yifan revealed a strange expression. In that instant, he had the illusion that this ancient planet used to be very big. However, it had withered, causing it to become smaller and smaller. It was a bit like Earth. This is a planet approaching the end of its life. The last vitality should have disappeared in the past few thousand years, the old mercenary Huabai said. The lakes on the ground had all dried up. Many majestic mountains were no longer magnificent and lifeless. Old trees had lost all their leaves and were about to fall at any time. There were also many cliff scars of broken waterfalls. This was disappointing. When a place of life was approaching its end, what kind of divine tree could there be? It had most likely been taken away. Look, there's some green life there. Inside Yifan's battleship, a mercenary stared at a cliff on the screen. The life force there was very weak, and a green light flickered. The flying ship drew a beautiful trajectory and descended from the sky. The old trees and vines on the cliff were all tangled up and withered. Amidst the yellow grass, there was a medicinal plant with a dozen or so green leaves, releasing the last of its spiritual energy. The cabin door opened and everyone walked out. An old herb that's half the height of a person. This is a jade unicorn orchid. To be able to grow to such an extent, it must be at least 50,000 years old. It's a young king herb. Everyone sighed in amazement. This was a precious medicine, but unfortunately, the world changed, and it also declined. It relied on its original spiritual essence to support itself until now, but now, its value was completely lost. The old mercenary Huabai dug up the ground and found the dried-up dragon vein. He nodded. Old Yao had relied on this to survive. What a pity. We finally found a life star. But it was a wasted trip. The other mercenaries were dispirited. In the distance, a spaceship streaked past and rushed in another direction. There seemed to be a new discovery there. They also went on their way. Someone found a giant tablet and broke a restriction. Then, an ancient building complex appeared. Soon after, people took action. Many abandoned cities appeared from the seal and towered on the ground. There really are traces of life. There used to be a group of natives here, but I don't know where they are now. People rushed into the city and searched the buildings. Unfortunately, the useless items were mostly left behind by mortals. The cultivators of this star moved most of their sects away. That's why it's difficult to find their inheritance. This was because, on those majestic mountains and the extraordinary valleys, there were clearly many traces of buildings that had been uprooted from the ground. The entire clan migrated. Where did they go? It should be something that happened in the last 10,000 years. This planet still has slight life fluctuations. There should still be a part of the dragon vein underground that hasn't withered. Not long after, a violent explosion came from the distance. A mothership was sunk, emitting a glaring light. Many spaceships rushed over. I found a majestic altar with a sprout of the tree of life enshrined on it. It's surging with essence energy. The Sacred Light mercenary group summoned their mercenaries and gathered there. They wanted to get a share of the delicious soup. Yi Fan, Hua Bai, Dao Yi, and the others rushed over. This was discovered by the Brahmin race. They opened a sealing scroll and revealed an altar the size of a small mountain. It was made of black crystals and was of a grand scale. There were many sacrificial items at the center of the altar, such as a few lustrous white holy bones, some dried bloodstains, and scattered artifacts. The most eye-catching item was a jade plate at the center. It was high up in the sky and emitted an astonishing aura of life. There was a foot-long tender branch on the pure white jade plate. There were a dozen or so green sparkling tender eyes on it. Essence energy lingered around them, but it was sealed by the jade plate and couldn't leak out. The ancient tree of life. The people who rushed over cried out in surprise. The battle just now had started because of this. This is the ancient tree of life's most tender divine sprout. It's its essence. Some people rushed forward and found that the holy bones on the altar, the dried blood trough, and the other artifacts were all emitting light and sweeping them away. There are powerful restrictions on the altar. We can't attack it by force. Be careful. People from all sides attacked together, wanting to destroy the ancient altar. The tree of life's tender branch had appeared. This was definitely a divine-grade precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It also contained great Tao fragments. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't rush forward rashly and watched from afar. The old mercenary Hua Bai was also muttering to himself as he stood behind the crowd. God's organization had arrived. The black mothership covered the sky and covered the earth. It shot down a beam of blinding light and destroyed a part of the restrictions. The tree of life. Heavens, we really found this immortal medicine. Suddenly, cries of alarm came from the distance. The mothership was fighting, and experts were flying through the air. They clashed fiercely and all disappeared into a mountain ridge. Boom! At the same time, smoke and dust rushed into the sky from the altar. Everyone attacked together, and in the chaos, someone snatched away the tree of life's tender branch. In the depths of the mountain range 100 li away, multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors flourished and could be seen even from far away. Many people turned around and rushed over. Compared to the true ancient tree of life, a small tender branch was nothing. In a short 100 li, many people shed blood. In order to reduce the number of competitors, they plotted against each other. Even God's organization was secretly attacked, and a piece of the cosmic mothership was damaged. People rushed into the mountain range amidst the chaos, leaving behind many corpses and bloodstains. The value of an immortal tree could even move great emperors, let alone these people. Ah, miserable cries sounded one after another. Tens to hundreds of people lost their lives, but they couldn't get close to the wondrous tree. There was a terrifying formation here. The majestic mountain range and magnificent peaks should have been a treasured land containing immortal energy. It had the aura of ascending immortals and emperors, but now, it was all dried up. There were many old trees, and they were all dried up. Most of them had fallen onto the ground, and they would immediately break when stepped on. In the depths of this mountain range, green multicolored light surged. An immortal tree took root in the heart of the forest. The other plants there had all withered, and the spring water had lost its spiritual essence. Only a meter-tall ancient tree by the pond was still releasing spiritual essence. For a tree, it really was quite short, the tallest being no more than 1.2 meters. However, the trunk was upright and strong, and there were cracks on its old bark. It was as if a horned dragon was hibernating here. The leaves on its surface flickered with green multicolored light, dancing about like immortal rainbows. The mist of light was hazy, and it looked incomparably wondrous, making people feel close to it. Meanwhile, Tao sounds were rumbling in this place, surrounding the ancient tree. It was as if the primordial sound of heaven and earth being split apart was being released. It really is the ancient tree of life. Who would have thought it was actually left behind? Everyone was moved, and quite a few people couldn't help but roar towards the sky. This was simply a heavenly divine opportunity, an unimaginably great natural luck. There were many corpses on the ground, and there were even large amounts of blood. It was clear that a struggle had just happened. No one could get close, and they could only watch from afar. There was a stone tablet here. God organization had appeared, and they were currently earnestly studying it. There were also people from a few great powers who came forward. Some secrets were recorded on it. This ancient land had dried up, and they had no choice but to migrate their entire race. Serious internal strife had occurred along the way, and then they were attacked by terrifying cosmic creatures. They were almost completely wiped out, and an old saint risked his life to break out of the encirclement, bringing the ancient tree of life back to their homeland. Beside the stone tablet, there were traces of Dao transformation, and only a piece of lustrous white bone remained. The old saint had long passed away in meditation many years ago. So that's how it is. The people of this ancient land of life were killed in the cosmos, and their race was most likely wiped out. That tender sprout on the altar was offered by him. Was he praying to the heavens to protect his race? Many people came to a sudden realization, and then their expressions became uncertain. They were anxious, but they had no way to go forward. There was actually a great sage-level formation here. Several saints attacked it, and all of them were heavily injured. The others died on the spot. This is the great sage's formation. Even experts of the same level might not be able to break through it. Unless one is wearing a divine mecha, they won't be able to enter. The group was first delighted, but then despaired. The records of the Sutra race's divine skin scroll were real, and they had finally found this ancient planet. But in the end, this was the result. Even if they destroyed this ancient planet, this mountain range could still be preserved. They couldn't obtain the divine tree, and this kind of feeling of guarding a treasure mountain without being able to obtain it made them extremely unwilling. God organization was also helpless. They had come with 4 people, but none of them was a great sage. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. The legendary immortal tree has disappeared for countless years, and now it has reappeared, but we can't obtain it. Everyone felt as if there was a bug gnawing on their hearts. Return to the Eternal Lord planet and invite experts with profound Dao patterns. I don't believe we can't open this place. In the end, after hundreds of attempts, and leaving behind a ground full of corpses, some of the great races rushed towards the Eternal Star region. They fought with speed and time, all wanting to be the first to return to the Eternal Lord planet. They wanted to seize the initiative and have their elders invite experts to destroy this place and seize the immortal medicine. Great Sage Yen Qi of the Fire Qilan Cave had led the ancient kings to seal the Eternal Lord planet. They had attacked several times, but they couldn't break through the protection of the ancient sovereign path. They had paid a blood price for nothing. There's a star door open there. The ancient sovereign path has sealed this planet, and even they can't enter. Oh, a few more groups of people have appeared. Capture them all. Those who had rushed back from the 5th divine planet were immediately discovered. They were instantly captured by the ancient kings who descended from the sky, all of them pale. Great Sage, we've discovered a shocking piece of news. A saint from the Fire Qilan Cave was trembling as he whispered to Great Sage Yen Qi. Lord Nine Phoenix King, something big has happened. In the distant starry sky, there's actually an immortal medicine. On the other side, someone reported to the person in charge of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At the same time, the Qilan Heavenly King and the other ancient saints also learned of this. All of them were shocked. They personally interrogated the captives and examined their seas of consciousness. It really is an immortal medicine sprout. This is the ancient life tree. Great Sage Yen Qi couldn't remain calm. Many cultivators had returned from the 5th divine planet to ask for help, but they were all captured. One of them took advantage of the chaos on the altar to snatch a sprout. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it was enshrouded in immortal qi, illuminating Yen Qi and Fire Qilan's faces. I must obtain this immortal tree. Each immortal medicine contains a secret that even the primordial emperor was obsessed with. Yen Qi stared at the sprout in his palm and quickly made a decision. Chapter 1238. The fingernail-sized sprout flowed with immortal splendor in Yen Qi's palm, making his palm and fingers green and overflowing with immortal energy. The Fire Qilan received it. Divine radiance shot out from his eyes, confirming that there was no mistake. This was indeed a divine sprout that hadn't matured and could save a life. The kings were all alarmed. There wasn't a single one who wasn't shaken. The undying immortal medicine was extremely important. During the archaic years, only ancient emperors could possess it, and it would accompany them for their entire lives. Now that they heard that a withered ancient star had a tree of life, how could they not be moved? This was a divine fate that could allow one to live a second life. 9 Phoenix King, we should head out first. If we are a step too late, the Fire Qilin Cavern will definitely obtain it. The various clans couldn't remain calm. For the sake of the undying immortal medicine, they could throw away everything. Once they obtained it, it would greatly affect their clan. During these days, they had sealed off the main eternal star, but they couldn't break in. Instead of this, they might as well seize another great opportunity. Charge into that star domain and seize the ancient tree of life. A few ancient kings set out, joining together to form a powerful force. They knew that only by working together would they be able to compete against the archaic imperial race. Let's go as well. From this sprout, it can't be fake. There really is an undying medicine. The Fire Qilin said. I've heard that there is a tree of life in the cosmos, a type of immortal medicine. I never thought that there would be a day when I would face it. The great sage Yan Qi's eyes burned with passion. For the Fire Qilin Cavern, this was an extremely rare opportunity. They had the advantage, and with the arrival of the great sage and the Qilin staff in hand, who could contend against them? This was an omen that the Fire Qilin Cavern was heading towards glory. Set sail, we're heading for the 5th divine star. The Fire Qilin Cavern also moved. Under Yan Qi's command, a few ancient kings followed and rushed into the cosmos. Being trapped in the main eternal star and unable to break out, there might be even greater opportunities in another place. Everyone understood what to do. There were enough captives, and each clan had a guide. They majestically rushed towards the Tammuz star domain and then jumped towards the 5th divine star. My clan's Qilin divine medicine seed fell into the hands of the human race's holy physique. We couldn't find him and couldn't retrieve him. If we can obtain the ancient tree of life, it can be considered a type of compensation. Within the universe mothership, the people of Fire Qilin Cavern were all excited. The ancient sages of the various races that followed them were also thinking, tactfully expressing their wishes. Great Sage Yan Qi said, everyone, don't worry. If you help me obtain the treasured tree, I will definitely pluck fresh and tender divine herb sprouts and gift them to all of you. The sages were overjoyed to receive an affirmative answer. Great Sage, please be careful. The 9 Phoenix King and the others have already split up. Even though they can't compare to you, if they seize the initiative, something unexpected might happen. With the Qilin divine staff in hand, no one can defy the heavens. Everyone can rest assured. Another saint from the Fire Qilin cave said. They were extremely fast. After many spatial jumps, they arrived at the 5th divine planet. Oh, be careful of those deities. From the consciousness of those captives, it's not hard for us to see that this force is very strong and cannot be underestimated. The universe mothership descended and landed on the 5th god planet. The gray mist was dispersed, allowing the gray world to have a hint of life. There was a fierce battle on the ground. Several experts from God's organization were fighting against the ancestral king, and they had the upper hand. Some ancestral kings rushed over first, but in the end, they were injured and obstructed. Something's wrong. I feel a little uneasy. The Fire Qilin stood on this dried-up land, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. What's wrong? Great Sage Yan Qi asked with a frown. It's nothing. Maybe it's just my misperception. I feel uneasy. We should be careful, the Fire Qilin said. They had already come here, so it would be unreasonable to retreat now. Great Sage Yan Qi is here. The first batch of ancestral kings saw them and called for help. Yan Qi took a step forward. The great sage's might covered the sky and earth, sweeping out like a vast ocean. Immediately, several deities were sent flying and dripping with blood. Regardless of whether it was the great powers of the Eternal Lord planet, the deities, or the ancient race ancestral kings who arrived first, their expressions changed. This kind of power was enough to say that they had no hope. Xianxia looked disdainfully at the world. The great sage's might was displayed to its fullest. The entire ancient planet trembled with each step he took. More than 10 ancestral kings followed behind him. They belonged to different races. This was an absolutely incomparable power. No side could contend against it. In the depths of the mountain range, it was absolutely silent. The tree of life overflowed with multicolored light like a hibernating horned dragon. No one dared to contend against it. A great sage had personally arrived. He possessed an unrivaled domineering aura. No one dared to look him straight in the eye. They all lowered their heads. Ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. It was so loud that everyone's ears hurt. Some experts directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. This was the might of the great sage. Even saints felt a chill from head to toe. Xianxia seriously stared at the tree of life. His eyes were like two small suns. At the same time, strands of killing intent seeped out. Just as everyone was trembling with fear and uneasiness, a cold voice came from the sky. You are too tyrannical. Someone from God's organization had arrived. A strange man wearing a mask walked out from the ancient ship and looked down at Xianxia. His gaze was similarly incomparably terrifying. It was enough to crush the mountain peaks below. Scram! Xianxia's gaze was cold and domineering. Even though he already knew that God was terrifying, he didn't care at this moment. He held the Qilin staff in his right hand that flickered with blue light and slashed at the sky. You, the great sage of God's organization, was shocked. He tore open the void and avoided the extreme imperial might. Even though his reaction was fast, he was still affected. The Qilin staff shattered the universe. The aftermath swept out for thousands of miles and crushed the lower half of this person's body into meat paste. He was seriously injured. God didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled into the depths of the universe, disappearing without a trace. This was a type of intimidation. Using a great sage to establish his might made everyone tremble. Now, who dared to contend against him? They all retreated. In the outer realm, Yi Fan and the old mercenary Hua Bai saw this scene. Their pupils contracted. The imperial might was unstoppable. Sigh, this old man's premonition has come true. This place might flow with rivers of blood. Even God has been forced to retreat. If their master God comes, I fear that there will be a great massacre. Hua Bai said. He was a mutant, a legend in the mercenary world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until now. He had a type of instinct. Like Yi Fan, he retreated into outer space and gave up on the fight for the ancient tree of life. I couldn't break through the Eternal Lord's star, but I obtained an immortal medicine. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. It really is fate. The great sage Xianxia muttered to himself. He coldly swept his gaze over the people of the Eternal Lord's star, revealing his killing intent. Everyone lowered their heads. However, there was one person with a fearless smile. It was extremely brilliant as he looked at Xianxia directly. Who are you? Xianxia asked. The one who will kill you. Daoist spoke. His expression was indifferent and his steps were unhurried. He was extremely calm. Everyone was shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. Who was this person? He actually dared to speak to the great sage like this? The saints all revealed strange expressions. A few ancient races laughed cruelly. This seemingly sunny young man was simply seeking his own death. Xianxia laughed loudly and shook his head. Even the Eternal Lord Star's great sage, who wore the Tao evolution immortal clothes, was defeated by him. Who else in this universe could be his opponent? No matter what, the ancient tree of life was already his. Not even God could stop him, let alone a little brat. I was also frivolous in my youth, but I wasn't as rash as you. This is no longer hot-blooded, but stupidity. Are you courting death? Yen Qi asked the great sage. In his hand, the Qilin divine staff flickered with sparkling blue light. It looked dreamy and illusory. In this place, he was the ruler. No one could defy him. Laughable. Challenging a great sage, you truly overestimate your own abilities. In your next life, you should learn to be respectful. A few ancient races sneered and mocked. Is that so? In a while, remember what you said. Daoist smiled. His teeth were snow-white and extremely brilliant. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, smooth and supple. The shadow in the fire Qilin's heart became even stronger. This was an instinctive feeling. He took a step forward, pulled Yen Qi, and shouted in a low voice, "Go." Yen Qi's heart trembled. He knew that this ancient prince's primal instincts were especially sharp. He immediately brandished the divine staff and hacked forward. He wanted to kill Dao Yi and tear apart heaven and earth at the same time to leave. Dao Yi disappeared with a flash and arrived beside the ancient tree of life. In that place, terrifying light surged. A thick golden wall blocked the ancient imperial weapon's attack and released a sonorous sound. How did he enter the great sage's formation in one step? Many people were horrified. What exactly is going on? A golden wall rushed up and actually blocked the extreme imperial weapon. Many people cried out. They had a bad premonition. At the same time, the entire ancient star began to shake. The heaven and earth were sealed. The star gate couldn't be opened and the void couldn't be torn apart. I've waited for you all for many days. Dao Yi smiled. His smile was peaceful, easily giving others a good impression. Everyone became stupefied, especially the ancient race. They all trembled inwardly. They all wanted to leave this star first before doing anything else. The great sage Yen Qi's expression was cold to the extreme. The ancient imperial weapon in his hand hacked forward again. However, the golden divine wall stretched out and couldn't be broken through. Everyone had a bad premonition. The ancient race saints gathered together. Their hearts went cold. They had fallen into someone else's trap. I have the Qilin divine staff. Do you think you can deal with me? When Dao Yi heard this, he laughed loudly. He placed his hand on the ancient tree of life. The divine multicolored light dimmed and turned into a branch. It was the length of an arm and wasn't a perfect ancient tree. It landed in his palm. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. At the same time, light flickered. An emerald green tender shoot appeared on his wrist. It was sparkling and translucent, and essence energy flowed in all directions. Everyone was shocked. This was the tender shoot on the altar. It was missing an immortal sprout, and the cut was quite new. Dao Yi smiled and said, I used a divine skin scroll and a tender shoot from the ancient tree of life to invite you all. The cost isn't that great. Yen Qi was furious. The immortal sprout in his palm flowed with dazzling immortal splendor. He really wanted to crush it. Be careful, don't destroy it. Who knows, this immortal sprout might save your life in the end. Dao Yi smiled. Do you think you can kill me? The ancient imperial weapon can sweep through the world. Who can stop it? The great sage Yen Qi's heart was a bit cold. The ancient imperial weapon naturally needs the ancient imperial formation to deal with it. When Dao Yi's words fell, boundless divine light surged. With this mountain range as the center, boundless immortal splendor surged, sealing the entire ancient star. This planet was extremely small. A screen of light engulfed it, isolating it from the universe. Who exactly are you? You actually grasped the ancient imperial formation? Yen Qi asked coldly. I don't have the ancient imperial formation. I only know that there are remnants of the formation here. I have studied it deeply, so I made use of it. I've been waiting for you all this time, Dao Yi said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The so-called divine skin scroll and the ancient tree of life were all bait. This was a trap. You want to stop me with just a broken killing formation? Today, I'll kill you first. The Qilin staff in the great sage Yan Qi's hand shone with immortal splendor. Is that so? Then why don't you dare to act rashly? Dao Yi was calm. I've also arrived. The broken ancient imperial killing formation doesn't seem to be enough, but I can make up for it. The golden immortal splendor of the Dao tribulation flashed. The great sage of the eternal Lord Star arrived. A loser dares to come and show off. Yan Qi said coldly. You really think I've lost? Everything is just for the sake of taking the ancient imperial weapon from your hands today. The Dao evolution divine robe was dazzling. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Dao Yi, further protecting him. Kill all future offenders and solve the eternal danger. Dao Yi said solemnly. Chapter 1239. The Divine Skin Scroll, the Tree of Life. They were all part of the plan to lure the great sage Yan Qi into the ancient emperor formation and kill him. The curtains fell, and the killing began. This was a massacre. Bright light and blinding light transformed into the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes that swept through the heroes present. In the depths of the mountain range, Dao Yi watched all of this calmly. The great sage beside him had already made his move, suppressing the fire Qilin Cave's blue-gold divine staff. What was the most powerful in ancient times? Other than the living great emperors, it was naturally their weapons and formation diagrams. The latter did not require spiritual power to be activated. As long as they were activated, it was equivalent to an ancient emperor attacking. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race saints fled in defeat. Corpses were left behind, and lives were ended one after another. In the ancient emperor killing formation, they were as fragile as porcelain. Every ray of light swept past, and a person died. Their bodies were covered in cracks, including their primordial spirits. The saints were bleeding and dying. Bang! A black ape as tall as a mountain with demonic wings on his back fell into a pool of blood. An ancient emperor's sword ray pierced through his forehead, killing him in one blow. Another ancient king transformed into a four-headed and eight-armed body, defending against the peerless killing light. But it was futile. His body was covered in bloody holes in an instant, and he died unwillingly. No one could resist. They charged forward frantically, wanting to escape, but how could they? The ancient emperor formation was activated and operated on its own. This was a killing field isolated from the universe. Wherever the light swept past, there was only destruction. The entire planet was sealed, and no one could escape at this moment. Blood chi filled the air, and Dao patterns interweaved, forming a world of azuras. Great sage, please save us. The saints gathered towards Yan Qi. At present, only he could hold on. The blue Qilin divine staff revived, suppressing the universe and forming a temporary harbor of peace. Within this formation, huge mountains turned into Dao marks that pressed forward. The ancient emperor formation could bestow spiritual consciousness to the world's gods of the universe, making them temporarily immortal and coexisting with the extreme Dao. A jet-black ancient race expert with a wingspan of over a dozen miles wanted to soar into the sky, but he was crushed by two approaching mountains and turned into meat paste. His blood flowed down like a small river. An ancient race expert with a human head and a snake body that was 8 to 9 miles long was torn apart by a formation pattern. His blood dyed the ground red. This was a tragic battle. Even though the ancient emperor formation was incomplete, with less than 30% of the formation diagram remaining, it could still kill all the heroes in the world. At this moment, there was no suspense. The array diagram awakened, hazy and indistinct. The interweaving rays of light covered the entire planet, killing everything in its path. Flame Qi Lin roared in anger, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Apart from him and Fire Qi Lin, all the experts of the Fire Qilin Cave had been killed. 8 or 9 ancient saints of the other races who had followed them had also been killed. Time passed too quickly. It was almost an instant kill. This was the power of the ancient emperors. When they were alive, they were the best in the world. After their deaths, they would shake the world and be unstoppable. The great sage Yan Qi roared angrily. He used his divine staff to tear apart the sky and earth, wanting to kill a way out. Blue light swept the heavens. He could protect the people around him and temporarily block the formation diagram. However, the other party also had an emperor weapon and quickly closed in. The Dao Evolution celestial robe shone with millions of rays of light. Behind him, immortal qi gathered and dozens of golden immortal swords appeared. They slashed down together, forcing him to retreat and spit out blood. Dao Yi was familiar with the emperor-level formation here and told the great sage how to enter and exit it. With the protection of the Dao Evolution celestial robe, this person was unstoppable. The aura he displayed now was much stronger than a few days ago. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave's expression changed. This person was not weaker than him. This was a battle to the death. Whether the ancient race could escape depended on whether Yan Qi was strong enough. Only he could defy the heavens. Do you dare to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared. His blue hair fluttered in the wind and a Qilin diagram appeared on his slender and strong body. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, shaking the heavens until it exploded. Dao Yi stood tall and straight like the morning sun. He smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Do you still have the life to fight against me? Yan Qi, block the person wearing the ancient emperor clothes for me. I will go and kill the culprit." The Fire Qilin spoke. Patterns appeared under his feet and an ancient diagram appeared. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Dao Yi revealed a strange expression and focused on preparing for battle. It was a Qilin diagram that seemed to have a life of its own. It severed the formation patterns that rushed out from the ground and protected the Fire Qilin. It could be called a divine object. To be able to move within the damaged ancient emperor formation, it is limited by the material. Even though it isn't an emperor-level weapon, it can be classified as an immortal treasure. It came from the hands of an ancient emperor. Dao Yi said softly. Every single ancient emperor's magical force was unrivaled. Apart from their own weapons, they might also refine a few life-saving magical artifacts for their children. Your Highness, I will help you get rid of him. Luan Feng and Mi Luo, who had disappeared for many days, spoke at the same time. Forget it, you two aren't familiar with the ancient emperor diagram and don't have an imperial weapon to protect you. A single wrong step will result in your deaths. Moreover, I need him and also want to fight against him. Dao Yi laughed. He was extremely relaxed and didn't seem to mind. He pointed out with his hand and a jade pendant appeared. It actually opened up the void and produced a secret passage, allowing Wan Feng and Mi Luo to leave. You two return to Eternal Lord Star and kill those Big Dipper experts who haven't arrived yet. He gave this order. Wan Feng and Mi Luo obeyed. They were extremely moved. Only today did they find out that this person was the youngest son of Dao Yen deity. He was sealed in divine source and revived in this era. Not long ago, someone told them that they could use the divine skin ancient scroll to search for Tan Mao's star domain and that they didn't need to stop the foreign holy beasts. However, they never expected the mysterious person to have such a great background. The two of them disappeared. The Fire Qilin released a long roar. His hair was standing on the immortal treasure Qilin diagram and he instantly arrived to fight Dao Yi. In the Fire Qilin's hand, a blue divine staff appeared. It was resplendent and sparkling and actually released an unmatched imperial might. No one had expected this kind of scene. It was shocking. Had the third imperial weapon appeared? How was this possible? This was an imitation and was exactly the same as the Qilin divine staff. It was also a forbidden weapon and the number of times it could be used was limited. However, its power wasn't weak. Back then, when Yi Fan wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince, he had fought against several ancient princes. He had used the green cauldron to stop them. And now, the Fire Qilin suddenly took out this imperial weapon imitation. He wanted to kill them in one blow and use his own power to instantly reverse the situation and kill the culprit. It was because the few remaining saints were also about to fall. Every second of delay would cause blood to splash out. It was an unbearable burden. Daoist put away his smile. Faint golden light appeared on his body. A terrifying set of undying divine clothes covered his body. Imperial might pervaded the air. He also had an imperial weapon imitation. At this moment, it suddenly appeared. Surging golden energy surged and surged outwards, about to tear apart heaven and earth. The two of them didn't make contact. This was a confrontation between ancient imperial weapons and had nothing to do with their strength. They fought through the air. The sparkling blue divine staff hacked down. Golden Dao tribulation immortal light danced about. Blinding radiance erupted between the two as they collided head-on. Pooh! The fire Qilin spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew outwards. His head of blue hair all stood on end. A streak of lightning radiance shot out from his mouth. He was like an angry Qilin as he threw himself over murderously again. Daoist didn't move at all. He was still fighting the fire Qilin through the air. Mist was hazy between the two of them. Dao marks were endless as the two imperial weapon imitations clashed. Do you dare fight with me outside this region? Throw away the imperial weapon and fight with your own strength? The fire Qilin shouted. You aren't my opponent. Daoist calmly said. My imperial weapon imitation cracked after being smashed by the immortal cauldron, so it naturally can't suppress your divine clothes. Do you dare to fight me to the death? The fire Qilin said. First, your cultivation realm is a level lower than mine. If you fight me, you will undoubtedly die. Second, you guys are already in my trap. I don't want to open an opening. Third, if you can escape by luck, when your cultivation realm is high enough, I can accept your challenge. After understanding the fire Qilin's cultivation, Daoist spoke of these 3 points. The fire Qilin was looked down upon. His eyes were like divine lamps. He suppressed a wave of resentment in his heart. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he activated the divine staff and made it burn. He was going to stake his life on the line. Come back. Great sage Yan Qi cried out in alarm. He was afraid that the fire Qilin would exhaust his source energy and disregard everything to perish together with the enemy. Moreover, he felt that doing this might not necessarily be able to kill Daoist. This person had most likely become a saint. Yan Qi turned around. The true Qilin divine staff in his hand split the cosmos, sweeping the fire Qilin back to protect him. At this time, the scene was too tragic to look at. There were more than 20 ancient kings that came to the 5th divine planet, but now, only 5 or 6 of them were left. The rest had all died in battle. The situation was incomparably critical. If this continued, everyone would die. The other party had an imperial weapon and an ancient imperial formation. They couldn't resist. Prince, use the Qilin diagram to leave first. Yan Qi transmitted secretly. He felt bitter and had a bad premonition. However, Daoist calmly stood not far away and didn't give them a chance. He would attack the fire Qilin at any time. Does the heavens want us to die? Great sage Yan Qi despaired. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that there was still an ancient imperial daughter who hadn't come. Otherwise, all hope would have been lost. Daoist completely controlled the situation. The ancient race's defeat was only a matter of time. He opened his heavenly eyes and cut through the clouds. He looked towards outer space and stared at Yifan and the old mercenary's ship. He revealed a toothy smile and said, "Are the two of you well?" The old mercenary sighed. This old one had eyes but couldn't see. "Greetings, Your Highness. Senior is a genius of a generation. There is no need to be like this. There are still some dangers here. Please leave early," said Daoist. "Okay." The old mercenary Huabai was very straightforward. He turned around and disappeared into the depths of the universe. "Dao brother, your divine aura is contained and your immortal bones are growing. That is most likely the indestructible golden body, right? Why don't you come down and have a chat?" Daoist smiled. Blazing light surged. The ancient imperial formation on the planet actually extended. Many great Dao runes flew up. This wasn't a formation diagram, but it was an extension of its divine might. It was similarly terrifying. Yi Fan also smiled and said, "It is fate that we meet. Dao brother is so kind, how can I not accept?" Boom! He wore a 5-color divine armor that was many times stronger than before. This was the supreme armor of a Saint King, and now, it had fallen into his hands. This was naturally the result of his activities on the Eternal Lord planet. Then, Yi Fan held a green cauldron that was modeled with rust and pressed down on the imperial runes. The bronze cauldron was stimulated and pressured. Green light surged from it and it began to counterattack. "This is," Dao Yi revealed an expression of shock for the first time. He lost his previous calmness. This kind of aura was like an ocean. It was definitely an imperial weapon that could cut open a portion of the formation diagram. The two ancient imperial weapons combined would definitely be able to cut open a path of survival. All of his arrangements would be for naught and all of his previous efforts would be wasted. Dao Yi's expression was solemn and he could no longer remain calm. "Dao brother, my body is unwell and I need celestial medicine to heal. Let's make a deal. Can you lend me your ancient tree of life?" Yi Fan said with a serious expression. Chapter 1240. Dao Yi's expression froze. He didn't expect a third emperor weapon to appear. This would turn the situation around. Was he really going to fail at the last moment? "Dao brother, my body is really unwell and I have no choice but to do this. Lend me the life tree and I will leave immediately. I will return it to you next time." Yi Fan had a sincere expression. Dao Yi revealed a worried expression. He didn't want to give in and wanted to stall for time. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He pressed down with the green cauldron and was about to endanger the formation. Seeing this, Yan Qi spoke while fighting, "Dao friend, you helped me escape. I will repay you generously. From now on, you and the Fire Qilin cave will be friends forever. Senior, don't panic. I will save you." Yi Fan pressed down on the green cauldron again. The hazy light was terrifying but he knew his limits and didn't get involved. He said, "My abilities are low and I don't have any techniques. Why don't Senior teach me an ancient emperor's secret divine technique to break through the formation?" Yan Qi was filled with hatred. He had already lowered his stance but this madman was still taking advantage of the situation to give him pressure. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Yi Fan ignored him and didn't even look at him. "Dao brother, I have internal injuries and urgently need celestial medicine. If you don't help me, then forget it. I don't want to live anymore. I will use this ancient emperor formation to bury my body," Yi Fan said fiercely. The green cauldron shone brightly and surged with essence energy. It fell down dozens of feet and destroyed many ancient Emperor Dao symbols. This was the divine might of the formation. Even though it didn't harm the main body, if this continued, the green cauldron would really crash into the formation. Dao Yi no longer had a smile on his face. This was the first time in his life that he was threatened like this. He sighed inwardly at himself for provoking him at the last moment. He actually provoked an ancient emperor weapon. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Another saint died. He came from the mixed sky race, a member of the 10 great ancient king clans. His magic power was heaven-reaching. "Dao friend, I will teach you a divine technique called the Qilin Slash. It can kill gods. Listen carefully." Yan Qi could no longer hold it in. The ancient saints who followed him were all people worthy of his protection. It was truly regrettable that they died like this. "All right, I'm all ears." Yi Fan smiled. "Slow down." Dao Yi spoke, making a choice. A tender branch appeared in his hand, about a foot long. At the same time, Yan Qi sent a soul sense into Yi Fan's ears, informing him of a secret technique. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. Did Yan Qi really think that he could be bullied? This secret technique was extraordinary, but it had a flaw. This was the conclusion that the battle saint technique had quickly deduced. Dao Yi was very straightforward. With a flash of green light, the branch rushed into the sky and appeared in Yi Fan's palm. A string of twigs that looked like they were made of jade was sparkling and translucent, glowing brilliantly. At the same time, Yan Qi, the great sage, held the divine staff and rushed into the sky along the trail of the tender branch. He wanted to use this route to escape. However, the opponent was also a great sage. He was unstoppable and entangled him, forcing him back. Obviously, he couldn't escape. Dao brother is just too petty. You have a tree of life, yet you only gave me such a small branch. It can only treat external injuries, not enough to treat my Dao injuries. Yi Fan said with a sigh. Brother Yi, you should learn to be content. Dao Yi revealed an unhappy expression. I also only have a branch. I don't have the real tree of life. It was lost in the depths of the universe. Sigh, if that's the case, my injuries are difficult to heal. But who is willing to die? Dao brother, please give me a slightly thicker branch. Yi Fan said. Dao Yi was depressed. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to beat someone up. This indestructible golden body was really asking for a beating. Especially after seeing how serious and sincere he was, Dao Yi really wanted to send him flying with a slap. Dao Yi had set up a trap to kill great sage Yan Qi. Nothing could go wrong, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. If Yan Qi escaped, there would be destructive revenge in the future. He was a bit depressed. Why did he provoke such a troublemaker at the last moment? He stared at Yi Fan with a dark expression. The bright smile from before could no longer be seen. Ah, another miserable shriek was heard. Another ancient saint fell. He was cut into two by the formation and his blood dyed the sky red. Yan Qi was anxious. Dao friend, why didn't you fulfill your promise? I have already taught you a divine technique. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He stared at him and said, I don't dare to learn your divine technique. I am afraid that I will turn into Dao. Fine, I will teach you another technique. It is absolutely safe. This is the ultimate divine technique of the ancient emperors. Yan Qi shouted. He was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he deduced the hidden injuries of that technique. Dao Yi opened his mouth and his divine voice rumbled. Are you not afraid that I will leave the fire Qilin as a hostage and release Yan Qi to kill you? If I dare to do this, then I naturally have a way to protect myself. Moreover, if you do that, then everything will be for naught. I believe that as the great sage of a race, he won't be stupid enough to be threatened by you after obtaining his freedom. Yi Fan smiled faintly. What if I fight against you? Dao Yi became incomparably forceful. His holy might overflowed into the heavens, stirring up 10,000 layers of waves that directly entered the cosmos. Within the formation, the fire Qilin's expression changed. He clenched his fists and a torch-like radiance shot out from his eyes. You can come and give it a try. Yi Fan was extremely domineering. Divine light erupted as he said, I just happen to need a powerful saint to fight against. What you need is a powerful saint and not an ancient prince who has become a saint. Dao Yi's eyes were deep as he stared straight into his heart. Yi Fan smiled. He weighed the green copper cauldron in his hands and then smashed it down with a ferocious clang. The entire formation diagram trembled violently. Perhaps it really could be cut open. Fine, Dao friend has helped me break free. The fire Qilin cave will definitely reward you generously. We will walk the path of immortality together. Yan Qi said. The fire Qilin bit his lips until blood seeped out. He didn't say a single word. Today was a type of humiliation for him. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. He glared at the great sage Yan Qi. Fine, I'll lend you a piece of the life tree. Use it to treat your injuries. After Dao Yi made his decision, he didn't hesitate at all. He broke off a branch that took up a third of the tree and tossed it out with a shake of his hand. Yi Fan circulated the army symbol formula and held it in his palm. After holding it, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. He was wrapped within a powerful wave of life energy. Fine, Dao friend is decisive in doing things, making one feel extremely happy. Let's part ways here. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Yi Fan said. Dao Yi's face immediately darkened when he heard Yan Qi speak like a bandit among mortals. It's best if we don't meet again. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked towards the ship. It seemed like he was going to leave on it. However, his entire body suddenly disappeared. He entered the green cauldron and drove it towards the formation diagram. You. Dao Yi's expression changed. Good, Dao friend is indeed considerate. You and I both come from the Big Dipper, so we should be of the same breath and branch and support each other. Yan Qi laughed loudly. However, he was soon stunned. The green cauldron passed by the formation diagram and didn't crash into it. It tore through the void above the planet and disappeared in an instant. Dao Yi nodded as if he understood. He didn't stop it as it passed through the city. What is this? The 2 or 3 ancient saints beside Yan Qi were in despair. During this process, a large net appeared in the distance. It enveloped Yi Fan's cosmos mothership and covered the entire starry sky. If Yi Fan had walked in this direction just now, he would have walked right into the trap and definitely been captured. No one expected him to go in the opposite direction, passing through the ancient emperor formation and escaping just like that. This was a brilliant net that seemed to be forged from the stars in the sky. Strand after strand of divine splendor flickered about. Every strand of the net was like a river of stars that covered half the cosmos. The younger generation these days really are more slippery than the last. They are all so hard to catch. In the void, an elder sighed and gloomily collected the net. It was precisely the old mercenary Huabai. He didn't reveal his true body and hid in the darkness. After watching for a while, he left into the distance and said, "Sigh, I really didn't expect him to have an immortal cauldron on him. I actually missed him." Yi Fan needed to fight, but not here. The 2 great sage were here, each with an extreme Dao imperial weapon and the ancient emperor formation diagram. If he fell into this place, he would definitely die. Moreover, the deities had suffered greatly here and most likely wouldn't let the matter rest. They might retaliate at any time, so it wasn't good to stay here for long. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I thought I was the oriole, but who would have thought that there would be an old mercenary? This damned old thing is actually a vicious fellow. Yi Fan cursed. Ah. Following the fall of the first king race's saint, only the fire Qilin was left by great sage Yan Qi's side. The others had all died. This old one is going to stake it all against you. Yan Qi roared angrily. He ignited his own life energy and sacrificed the Qilin staff. At this moment, the blue divine radiance could be seen even from the endless distance. It was many times more resplendent than stars. It streaked across the sky and illuminated eternally. The blue-gold divine staff cut open the cosmos and tore a corner of this incomplete ancient emperor formation diagram. Yan Qi rushed into the heavens with the fire Qilin. Half of his body was burned and his primordial spirit cracked. He paid an irrecoverable price. You can't leave, Dao Yi said softly. He stood in place, but the formation diagram became even more terrifying. Divine radiance swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Meanwhile, the great sage wearing the Dao evolution immortal robe followed like a shadow. He locked onto Yan Qi and didn't give him a chance to escape. Immortal mist surged and killing intent surged, drowning Yan Qi within. The ancient emperor formation diagram was unmatched. It didn't need to be activated to seal the heavens. Your Highness, I will send you away even if I have to risk my life. Yan Qi's body was covered in blood. Only his head was still intact. The rest of his body was covered in blood and was about to melt. Yan Qi. The Fire Qilin shouted. This time, I will become the sinner of the Fire Qilin cave because I can't send the Qilin staff away. I can only send your highness away. I need this divine staff to block them or else they will catch up to your highness. Yan Qi coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his eyes dimmed. Yan Qi spat out a mouthful of essence blood and then roared angrily. The divine staff had completely recovered, but the Dao evolution immortal robe was the same. It was no weaker than him and was suppressing him. At the same time, the formation diagram locked onto him. It cut his spirit and killed his primordial spirit. Yan Qi, go. Take the Qilin staff and escape. The Fire Qilin shouted. Yan Qi didn't say anything. His entire body became brighter and brighter, outshining many stars. He released the undying power and his body quickly disintegrated. The great sage's essence blood was completely evaporated. Only his head remained. It merged with the Qilin staff and his eyes were lifeless. He activated the weapon and split open a corner of the formation diagram. A void passage was shaken open and the Fire Qilin was sent in. Prince, you have to live on. In the future, you can rely on your bloodline to at least become a quasi-emperor. My achievements will stop here. The Qilin staff will be obtained by them, but no one can seal it forever. An imperial weapon can't be humiliated. At most, they can use the Dao evolution immortal robe and the formation diagram to suppress it for a few decades. In the end, it will fly away on its own. No one can destroy the deities within the extreme Dao weapon unless Dao Yi becomes a great emperor. Prince, you have to take care of yourself. I can't protect you anymore. Prince, you have to learn from others' strong points. Someone like Dao Yi is terrifying and can live for a long time. Yan Qi's voice became weak. The Fire Qilin cried out in pain. But after entering the dark void, he couldn't see or hear anything. He left the battlefield. Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp. His head was also cracked and his eyes were dim. But he still fused with the Qilin staff and blocked there. Tears blurred the Fire Qilin's eyes. Just now, he was still dissatisfied with Yan Qi. He was angry at Yan Qi for compromising and hated him for lowering his head to Dao Yi and Yifan. But in the end, everything was to save him and not to save his own life. Ah! The Fire Qilin fell from the void and landed on a dead star. He grabbed his hair and knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. I will become stronger. I definitely won't stop at the quasi-emperor level, he roared sorrowfully. He was like a wounded beast crying in loneliness. Chapter 1241. The great battle came to an end. Specks of Dao radiance scattered like a rain of flowers, leaving behind an indescribable sadness. The Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp and his head split open. At the last moment, his dim eyes gazed in the direction of the Big Dipper with indescribable sorrow. Pooh! A beam of light streaked past and his head exploded. His primordial spirit blossomed like fireworks. The great sage of the Fire Qilin cave had fallen and returned to the dust. The path of cultivators is too lonely. Only this sentence floated out, sobbing with the wind. Bloody mist lingered on the ancient star. They all belonged to saints and were mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Occasionally, a few white bones could be seen stained with traces of blood, telling of the endless sorrow. The battle ended and the saints of the Big Dipper were defeated. Fallen trees rustled and withered branches covered the wilderness. It was a desolate scene. The fifth divine star had become a true dead star. Clang clang clang, the Qilin divine staff struggled as if it was filled with sorrow. It was ice blue like a diamond and shone with tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape. The divine Dao evolution robe had long since fallen off the body of the great sage and was worn on the ancient staff to suppress it. At the same time, the formation diagram also contracted and pressed down on the immortal robe. This kind of double suppression caused the Qilin divine staff to slowly calm down. The deity fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be completely revived. Daoist stood in the mountain range and didn't move for a long time. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Human world copper furnace, we are all fighting in the flames of the mortal world. He sighed softly and his eyes regained their calmness, revealing their original brilliance. He and the great sage took action together to clean up the battlefield and refine the fifth divine star into a fist-sized crystal. It was as heavy as the heavens and could crush the universe. He put it away. At the same time, in the depths of the dark universe, the fire Qilin hugged his legs and sat in a corner within a cosmic mothership. He carried endless sorrow as he traveled alone. On the eternal main star, Wanfeng, Mi Luo, and the others began a massacre. They were invincible and unstoppable. Yan Qi was defeated and the saints fell. Some of the ancient kings who didn't go to the fifth divine star were dealt with. They were surrounded and attacked from all directions. The ancestral kings of the Northern Dipper races were destined to be defeated. Without the guidance of the great sage, the strongest group of people had already fallen. It was inevitable that they would lose this battle. In the outer realms, the wind and rain of blood were wretched. The Big Dipper's eternal battle finally came to an end, leaving behind many saint bones. Apart from this, the saints from outside this region were almost completely wiped out as well. They didn't obtain anything and lost their lives. After the battle, the eternal factions didn't feel any joy. They deeply understood how terrifying Big Dipper was. Was it over just like that? No one could say for sure. Leave. Leave the eternal star domains. Some of the great clans were prepared for the worst. They withdrew some of their troops from this place and sent them far away. Sorrowful cries rang through the eastern wasteland. The ancient races were greatly shaken, not daring to believe this reality. Even the flame Qilin died, and the ancient imperial weapon was seized by someone. A few of the smaller clans only had a single ancestral saint. For the sake of a share of the spoils, they went on expeditions, but in the end, they declined, triggering great grief. This was a desolate reign that threw the Northern Dipper eastern wasteland into chaos. Many people could not accept this result. The ancient races roared angrily. This battle ended. Only the 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, Bull Demon King, and a few other experts returned. News of their defeat spread through all clans. What a pity. So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Not even the great sage Yan Qilin was able to return alive. This is an unendurable loss. So many people died in this expedition into the eternal. The price is too great. Everyone sighed, especially Fire Qilin Cave. Killing intent surged, wishing they could scatter the endless flames of war across the eternal. They were going to carry out the final expedition. The flame Qilin fell, and so did many experts. Even now, the flame Qilin child still hadn't returned. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The defeat was too thorough. It was too miserable. The path of immortality is about to open. I wonder how many more people are willing to carry out this expedition. The eternal was a bone that was difficult to chew. Right now, everyone was making preparations for immortality. They weren't willing to waste their accumulations from ancient times until now. How can it end like this? My primordial lake and blood Phoenix Mountain are willing to demand an explanation for all of you. The archaic emperor race was extremely powerful. Someone stood out, wanting to carry out the third expedition and establish a brilliant reputation. They weren't willing to die like this. On the eternal Lord Star, Daoist stood on a broken mountain. Leaves fluttered about everywhere. He looked towards the dusky sky and said softly, "A great disaster is coming. Your Highness, let's go." The great sage who had fought against the Yan Qilin said. He stood behind him with his hands at his side. Daoist said, "The eternal will lose. Their strength is far from being able to compare to the Big Dipper. With the Emperor Dao's immortal might, defending for a few years shouldn't be a problem. Maybe they can even lure the deities over. So what if they can defend for 10, 100 years? In the end, they will still be trampled over." The Big Dipper gathered the descendants of the emperors of this cosmos. The great sage sighed. Daoist laughed and said, maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe there will be a shocking change in a few years. The Big Dipper's path of immortality is about to open. If it really does appear, who would care about this place? The collision between the star fields paused for a moment. Both sides were very depressed and almost suffocated. They knew that there would be an even more terrifying storm next time. Your Highness, you don't have time to waste. It's time to take that path. The great sage reminded. Daoist nodded and said, yes, time is tight. I also want to see what kind of experts I will meet along the way. They will train me to the peak. The strongest races in this cosmos all have their own ancestral path. But different paths lead to the same destination. In the end, they will all converge together. Your Highness doesn't know who you will meet. Do you think this path is more important or the path of immortality? Daoist asked with a smile. The path of immortality is the change that the ancient emperors have been waiting for. This ancient path can make people stronger. It is said that there will be an extreme change at the end. In the end, those who pass will prove their Dao. I also don't know which path is more important. Yi Fan's plan came to fruition. It triggered the 10-year battle between the Big Dipper ancestral king and the eternal experts. This was a painting that was paved with blood and bones. The 5th stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Its fragrance filled the air, causing the new heavenly village to boil. This undoubtedly had a far-reaching effect. It gave the celestial court enough confidence to deal with the changes in the future. However, Yi Fan was still deeply worried. The greatest change since the ancient times was about to appear. Would the path of immortality open? He didn't know what would be left of this world after this battle. Would old friends be able to meet again? Yi Fan suggested that the celestial court stay far away from the Big Dipper ancestral king and the eternal. They should separate themselves from the battlefield and endure 100 years of loneliness. Golden wheat fields, lakes with beautiful scales leaping out. This was the season of harvest. Yi Fan sat at the edge of the field and listened to the rustling sounds. His heart was at peace. Fight, 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 kill, 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 too many people have died. After withdrawing from the eternal, he felt a bit tired. However, this was the path of a cultivator, going against the flow through hardships and hardships. He brought out a jade cauldron that contained the 5th stage of the evolution liquid. He drank some of it and poured the rest over his body to refine it. He didn't want to use this to become a saint, but he inadvertently discovered that the barrier of his divine domain far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was shockingly sturdy and difficult to break through. Yi Fan wasn't worried and instead laughed. Then he would use his astonishing accumulation to break through. When the time came, he would shatter in one go and become a saint. He used the 5th stage of the evolution liquid to refine his body, but it couldn't help him achieve the Tao and become a saint. This left Qi Luo puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It was because this was useful to him. For an entire year, he spent most of his time in meditation. Occasionally, he would wander about the mountains, rivers, and fields to dissolve his killing intent. He flipped through the natural great Tao and comprehended his own body's secrets. During this process, he opened up the treasures in his body one after another. Things like accumulating stars in his blood, transforming into a deity in his bones, and creating the Tao with a single thought, all of these things increased his fighting strength. After a year of meditation and comprehension, Yi Fan finally set off again. This time, he brought Longma along and was no longer traveling alone. It was said that this was an ancient path of the starry skies. Even emperors who achieved the Tao would come here to contend for supremacy when they were young. As such, it wasn't too eye-catching for him to ride on a mount that only ancient emperors could possess. The most important thing was that Longma's brain had spasmed. This time, he no longer resisted and insisted on following Yi Fan no matter what. He said that he wanted to prove his Tao and become a great emperor first before returning on Yi Fan's back. Of course, this kind of shameless words was met with a large golden palm that almost crushed him. Withered vines, old trees, dusky crows, small bridges, flowing water, people, west wind, skinny horse, setting sun. The little Baldy randomly sent them off in the distance. Am I skinny? Eating a few saints isn't a problem. Longma snorted. He stepped into the starry skies and thus disappeared into the distance. In the heavenly village, everyone sent him off and silently waved their hands. It was unknown how many years it would be before they met again. GZ and the Sacred Prince also went on their way in the following years. They walked on their own path of tempering themselves on the Emperor's path and thus disappeared. Big Dipper's winds and clouds changed irregularly. Many saints descended, and it was rumored that the Golden Crow race's crown prince also arrived. This caused a huge commotion in the entire starry sky, and all clans came to pay their respects. Then, people came from ancient heaven-reaching star, and an exceptional expert descended from ancient North Star. The disturbances on the path of immortality became more and more intense. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan. From then on, this starry sky only had his legend, and no one would be able to see him in person again. 10 years. Yi Fan left for 10 years. He rode on Longma and advanced alone along the ancient path. He followed the footsteps of those who came before him and walked on the path of refinement for the most powerful experts. He left Big Dipper and crossed into eternity. There were endless dangers along the way, bloody battles unending. He fought his way through. The difficulties he encountered, the terror of experts unknown to outsiders. Even someone as powerful as him encountered accidents several times, almost dying. After 10 years of travel, he didn't even know where he ended up. He saw the ant race's holy king, fought against the stone ruined saint, fought against the spirit race's survivors, cut down thistles and thorns, moving through the sun and moon. These were 10 years of exhaustion, but also 10 years of harvest. He witnessed experts one after another, encountered thousands to tens of thousands of secret methods, erasing all of the side effects of using the evolutionary liquid. Along the way, he left behind an undefeated legend. Even Longma's might shook the other side, establishing a great reputation. The journey was long. After 10 years of traveling through the starry sky, he didn't see a single ancient star with life in the truest sense. At most, it was a small world on a withered star. Meanwhile, there were some clans that didn't need life force, able to survive in the desolation, for example, the stone-ruined saint. After 10 years of great battles, the baptism of blood and flames, Yi Fan's heart became as firm as steel, stepping onto his own path. 10 years of turbulence. Eternal Lord Star was almost destroyed, the great clan's losses severe. If not for a white-haired individual with a black sword on his back appearing, a cold sword radiance cutting down the 10 ancient clans, this place might have already become a desolate wasteland. Chapter 1242. Eternal and half-crippled, the number of dead was unknown. There were saints whose bones were crushed in their homes. This was the tragic end of the 10 years of bitter war. The originally flourishing main star had now become a land of destruction. Of course, the ancient race had also left behind many corpses, and no signs of human habitation could be seen for tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired expert's cold sword light pierced through the 9 heavens, sweeping away the 10 ancient races. He didn't stop and left with the black sword on his back, leaving behind a legend. The ancient race's losses weren't small, but their gains were also great. They broke through many holy lands and brought back many precious evolutionary liquids that had been sealed since ancient times. It seemed like they had returned from a rewarding journey, but the difficulties they had gone through weren't known to outsiders. They ushered in a period of rapid progress. Bloodline inheritances, evolutionary liquids, and other things created a period of glory. In the Big Dipper star field, the myriad races cried out in unison. Many sages descended, and many resplendent heroes rose up, creating many legends. Yi Fan left, but his disciple, Yi Tong, appeared out of nowhere. He streaked across like a comet, illuminating the earth and perpetuating his legend. This was because every time Yi Tong won a battle, people would think of the human race's sacred physique. This was his disciple, the continuation of his glory. Leaves fell, grass and trees fell in autumn, and the stars changed. No matter how brilliant a halo was, there would be a day when it would fade and be forgotten in the long river of time. The Big Dipper entered the Warring States era. Sages continuously poured in, and their disciples also arrived, entering a new golden age. If this continued, Yi Fan would also be gradually forgotten by people. One after another, resplendent sacred stars appeared. They came from the Skirich, Hwasong, North Star, and many other ancient lands in the outer realms. Time was just so heartless. The rise of saints and the birth of legends caused many things in the past to fade. In the cold universe, the darkness was boundless. A lone traveler tasted loneliness in silence. One man and one horse passed through star fields after star fields. Although there were many dangers, Yi Fan's will was firm and unshakable. The dragon horse had also become silent. It was no longer as impatient as it had been in the past. There was a calmness to it, and it was less anxious. During the 10 years of conquest, if one didn't advance, they would retreat. If they advanced, they would be bathed in blood. Along the way, Yi Fan had encountered many accidents, and Longma had almost died several times. When will it end? Longma said softly as it carried Yi Fan along. They arrived at another dead star and observed their surroundings vigilantly. That was because they had suffered greatly before. Once, when they had just walked out of the star door, they were killed by a saint ant king due to carelessness. They almost died, but they managed to escape with great difficulty and recuperated for a long time. Yi Fan was silent. He didn't know when the ancient path would end either. 10 years of exhaustion, 10 years of harvest. His Tao heart remained unmoved, his will like steel, already adapting to all of this. Another grave. Longma carried Yi Fan on its back. It sprinted across the ancient star and arrived in front of a small mound of earth. There was a stone tablet standing alone with a few lines of words engraved on it. They were bold and forceful. Tomb of God King Jianghu. Just this character alone recorded the fall of a generation's heroes. There were many corpses on the path of the most powerful trial by fire. Many people fell on the road. This should be a monument engraved from tens of thousands of years ago. It was about to collapse because the last bit of sealing power had disappeared. Is this kind of price worth it? What exactly are we searching for? Longma spat out an expanse of flames and raised its head towards the sky. In this place, Yi Fan and the others didn't encounter any dangers. There were strange beast skeletons on this planet that were as large as mountains, but they had long been extinct. Another 2 months passed by in a flash. They killed a group of terrifying specter-like soul bodies and their primordial spirits were tormented. They charged through a hell-like dead star and finally found a turning point. They found out from the consciousness of a specter saint that there were creatures in the depths of the cosmos ahead. Moreover, they were humans, no longer a dangerous place. There was no better news than this. The dry and dull journey was finally about to end. This made the man and horse feel a wave of excitement. I've had enough. How are we charging through the heavenly path? We're going through hell. The entire star is filled with soul bodies, the entire star is filled with bone spirits. This isn't a human suffering. Longma's body was covered in wounds. This had long since become a normal thing. During the 10 years of bloody battles, even Yi Fan had half of his body chopped off by others. Meanwhile, Longma's primordial spirit had been captured by others. If we don't become saints, we might lose our lives at any time while walking on this path. I wonder how they are now. Yi Fan muttered. Ji Clan's Little Moon, Southern Demon siblings, Central Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others had all stepped onto this path. However, he had still seen some traces left behind by them a long time ago. Let's go. Yi Fan gazed into the depths of the cosmos. There was no turning back since a long time ago. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, even if it was the netherworld, he still had to give it a try. A man and a horse advanced in the desolate cosmos. After more than 10 days, they used the small-scaled 5-colored sacrificial altar to traverse several times. Finally, they found a special path. We've charged out. We've finally reached our destination. Longma stood up. The horse neighed like thunder. The sturdiness of its divine sense and the intensity of its fluctuations made the meteorites in the surroundings rumble. The horse stepped through the starry domain. After 10 years, it slaughtered out a bloody path and arrived at a starry sky. This place was no longer a dead star. There was a stone tablet leading the way. Longma left behind a streak of fiery light. It carried Yifan and leapt into the heavens, trampling the cosmos until it trembled. After running for 2 days, they saw dozens of ancient tablets along the way. They pointed forward. During this process, they saw a few people in succession. They felt a type of vitality and were no longer as deathly silent. Auho, the savage beast roared. It was released through divine sense and there was surging blood energy. It was as if a group of prehistoric vicious beasts were galloping over, causing the starry sky to tremble. Yifan was astonished. He saw a few humans coming over from different directions. In the end, they converged on this path. Many of them were riding mutated beasts that were as large as small mountains. Some were like Qilong and some were flood dragon-devouring beasts. They had towering horns and thick scales. Killing intent surged. One could tell with a single glance that they had experienced the baptism of life and death. Yifan and Longma slowed down and paid close attention. After advancing for another half a day, they would occasionally see these kinds of people. There were also beautiful and otherworldly women riding on wands, elegant and spirited. Are these all the people who stepped onto the ancient path of the most powerful trials? Where did they come from? Yifan thought to himself. There were actually so many people. He had already seen no less than 100 along the way. Why did they all rush over at this moment? Could it be that there were some special unforeseen events? Even Longma was shocked. Were there many ancient stars with life in the starry sky? That wasn't quite possible. They had barged through many star domains and hadn't seen a single one. Get lost. The armored cavalry behind shook the starry sky. An explosive sound rang through the air. 13 riders rode side by side, all of them wearing saint clothes and flickering with cold metallic light. It was as if a steel flood was crushing over. These mounts were all mutant species from the great wastelands. Every single one of them was rare in this world. They were like ancient Pishio beasts, majestic and valiant, looking down on the heavens. There were also 9-headed divine pythons that were brightly colored. They were the descendants of the ancient serpent emperor. There was even an azure dragon that could call the wind and summon the rain. This was simply like a group of celestial generals that roared through the world, chasing after the stars and chasing after the moon. They were omnipotent. Their blood pressure covered the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Especially at the center, the man sitting on top of a silver-white ancient wolf was even more extraordinary. His upper body was bare, and he was like a hawk looking down on the wolf. His eyes were even more dazzling than a divine lamp. And even though his mount was an old wolf and not a mutant beast, it had become a saint and was a true saint beast. Get lost. These 13 riders rushed over, fast as lightning and ferocious like a tsunami. Their blood energy smashed against the other shore, shaking the entire place. Moreover, each and every one of them was wild and untamed, their tone infuriating. Longma stopped and dodged to the side, preparing for a great battle. Yifan watched indifferently, sitting on top without moving. The starry sky was trampled apart. The 13 riders rushed over, but they didn't stop. They left into the distance like a hurricane, leaving behind a violent wave. Longma was infuriated, feeling as if his fist had landed on cotton. He was already prepared to fight, but in the end, these 13 riders didn't stop and directly rushed over. Yifan was also surprised. He had no fear. Since this was the most powerful ancient road of training in history, there would definitely be a great clash between experts. He had long since made mental preparations, but he still couldn't fight. Right at this time, a delicate and pretty scholar with a feather fan rushed over from behind. Dao patterns appeared under his feet, and he crossed 1,000 zhang with a single step. He shook his head and said with a hint of contempt, there are many corpses on the Emperor's path since ancient times. With me, I am unrivaled. No one will retreat for the sake of others." After that, another golden-winged celestial peng flew over, carrying a middle-aged woman. She coldly glanced over and said, "There is fear in your heart and you should make way for others. Why did you come here? You might as well turn around and return." Woof. Longma lost its mind from anger and actually let out a dog bark. One could see that it was deeply affected by the Black Emperor and was now enraged. It knew that it had done something wrong. It originally wanted to fight, but in the end, it became a coward on this path. It didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to. Dao brother, there should be no need to fear the experts on this path. The competition is bitter, and everyone is an opponent. There are many who use their auras to suppress others before the battle has even begun. You don't have to take it to heart. A skinny youth kindly informed and hurriedly left. This seat has even barged through hell, so why would I be afraid of them? We will meet again on the road. Longma had a belly full of anger. It was already furious that someone told it to scram, and now, it was ridiculed by the people behind it. It almost howled. Yi Fan didn't say anything. His gaze was clear, and he didn't waste any more time. Longma let out a neigh and transformed into blood lightning, rushing into the depths of the starry sky. The stone tablet disappeared, and so did the road sign. The group of people ahead increased, and everyone had their own auras and pressure. One could tell that they were all heroes with a single glance and that they weren't ordinary people. That is. Longma's large eyes revealed radiance. Its anger disappeared, and it stared forward in a somewhat stupefied manner. Yi Fan was also shocked. He didn't expect to see this kind of irregular scene. In this cosmos, there was a grand and enormous city situated in front of them. It was a grand and magnificent scene. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard, and it stretched across the stars and moon, undying through the ages. Everyone stopped here, no longer advancing forward. They gazed at this ancient city from afar. It possessed a boundless atmosphere, and there was an undying power flowing through it. An ancient city under the starry sky. Many people revealed expressions of shock. It was extremely majestic and mysterious. It wasn't situated on a planet, but rather directly suspended in the starry sky of the cosmos, receiving the baptism of starlight. It was an extremely impactful sight. It occupied an extremely vast area, and the city walls were like mountain ridges, extending endlessly. The city towers were tall and majestic, and a pair of thick and heavy city gates were closed. It was as if it could stop a magnificent army, as well as saints from ancient times. Chapter 1243. Moonlight sprinkled down and starlight poured down like a waterfall. Silver-white rivers of stars hung down, making the entire ancient city seem grand and mysterious. It could even be called a divine land. All around, wild beasts roared and strange birds circled about. Some were as large as mountains, their wings covering the skies. Each and every one of them occupied an area, all of them were ancient species. The tyrannical horned dragon, the divine deer with purple wings wrapped in lightning, the ancient bird that was chewing on a green flood dragon, all of them were mounts. These were all top experts of their respective regions. In front of the ancient city, everyone was silent. Only the cries of vicious birds and beasts could be heard. The ancient city was filled with an incomparably oppressive feeling. Yi Fan frowned. He could feel an ancient and domineering aura. This giant city gave off a vast and boundless feeling, as if it had existed since time immemorial and told the entire history of the human race. It's already impossible to determine when this city was built or what era it came from. It is known as the strongest trial of the human race, the first trial. Someone said in a low voice. Yi Fan learned that there were many tiny ancient roads in the universe, all of them leading to the main road of the final trial. This was a node that was like a great dam that unified the paths of human experts. In front of this majestic city, there were over 290 people, all of them alone. Each one of them was the main character of their area, all of them outstanding individuals. There are quite a few people here. Are there many stars with life in this star field? Longma was startled as he looked all around. Not a single one of them was weak, and there were even some people whose mounts had become saints. They dominated an area with awe-inspiring might. After arriving here, Yi Fan saw the 13 riders again. It was clear that they were extremely powerful and dominated an area. No one was willing to provoke them. The 13 riders also saw them. Several of them sneered, not thinking much of them and looking down on the crowd with disdain. They are the 13 heavenly wasteland steeds. They come from an ancient star field and their strength is unfathomably deep. I heard that they fought bloody battles along the way and were invincible. Even the guide envoy was alerted. Yi Fan earnestly listened. He had arrived here alone and hadn't encountered any competitors, so he needed to understand the situation. What is the identity of the guide? There were quite a few cultivators who didn't know much about the ancient trial path and asked the people around them. The guide envoys are the protectors of the human race's first pass. They are in charge of the 6 directions and are here to guide the people of all sides into the city, informing them of the path ahead. In a sense, this was the starting point of the ancient road of the strongest trials. Only those who reached this point had the qualifications to participate in the following battles. The experts who were defeated along the way and died in the starry sky couldn't see this giant city at all. This was an important city that welcomed all rivers into the sea, and heroes from all over gathered here. Only after entering the pass could one continue forward. 13 riders. I'll have a taste of them, Longma said coldly. Some of the people on the side immediately moved aside, unwilling to stay with this man and his mount. Right now, no one wanted to make enemies from all sides. Of course, not everyone was afraid of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Many mutants occupied their own areas, their eyes deep as they quietly waited for their guide. Nothing could move their hearts. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why were there so many people? Were they all from different star fields? Just how many ancient stars with life were there? It was truly shocking. A cold snort transmitted over. A golden-winged heavenly ping descended from the sky, and there was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. She was a middle-aged Daoist nun with average looks, but her temperament was extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that she was an expert. Yi Fan frowned. He had seen this woman on the way here, and she had treated him coldly before. She said that he should just turn back and not participate in the strongest trials. Even though the golden-winged pang had shrunk its body, it was still several zhang long. Its entire body was golden and resplendent, vigorous and powerful. The instant it descended, a tyrannical aura surged. This was the release of divine might. There were 8 or 9 people in the surroundings who couldn't help but fall back. The strange beasts beneath them cried out, feeling a type of pressure. They were forced back by a powerful domain, and their expressions couldn't help but change. The middle-aged Daoist nun hadn't even taken action yet, but her mount already made people feel intimidated. It suppressed some people's auras, and they couldn't resist it. Yi Fan was also in this position. He watched coldly from the side and didn't express anything. Longma's 4 legs were like iron pillars, not moving in the slightest. It looked coldly at the heavenly pang. If it dared to force its way over, it definitely wouldn't hesitate to fight. It didn't act rashly. After all, this was the human race's first trial, and many people were watching. Stepping out at this time definitely wasn't a good thing. It would be targeted by everyone. Of course, if the other party dared to take the initiative to offend it, then that was a different matter. Longma would retaliate with the most violent methods. The golden-winged heavenly pang landed and gave this side a provocative look. Its wings shone with brilliance as it slowly folded its wings. Its aura was extremely great. You haven't even become a saint yet you dare put on airs in front of this great one. Longma snorted. Its killing intent wasn't concealed at all. It was no longer as impetuous as before and was now extremely calm. The Daoist nun gave this side a cold look. It was clear that she didn't want to become the center of attention right after arriving at the human race's first trial. That would be extremely disadvantageous for her in the future, and she would definitely be viewed as a competitor who could threaten her. She comforted the golden-winged heavenly Peng, telling it not to act rashly and to wait for the moment to enter the city. Yi Fan faced it calmly from beginning to end, and Longma didn't press forward either. Both sides were at peace with each other, occupying a favorable position. After waiting for an entire day and night, no fighting broke out in this place. Everyone was very restrained, and during this process, there were a few more people. Most of them came from the depths of the star domain and gathered here. In the end, there were actually over 400 people. This was an astonishing number. Yi Fan didn't quite believe that there were so many ancient stars with life. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. Through this understanding, he indeed gained some benefits not long after. The human race's first trial opens once every 1/2 to 5 years. The number of people this time is a bit greater. A large man with a curly beard spoke. Yi Fan was stunned. So it was like this. No wonder so many people gathered here. It turned out that there might be another opening day in the next few days. Many people had already stayed here for more than half a year. Even though it's an opening day, we might not necessarily let them in. I've heard that only a seed-level expert can enter, and as a result, we might have to wait for 5 years. Oh, that's true. Quite a few fierce fellows have come this time, and there are guests from several ancient star domains. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland aren't the only outstanding ones. At the very least, there are several groups of competitors, and this is only what we know. In the end, a total of 437 people hurried to the human race's first trial, facing this boundless giant city. Enter. Finally, a divine will transmit it over. It resounded like a great bell, shaking many people until their bones trembled and their blood surged. They revealed expressions of shock. The ancient city gate creaked open. It was incomparably heavy. This was a giant city that towered in the starry sky, and there was an environment suitable for humans to live in. The 437 cultivators either urged their mounts or walked forward. Not a single one of them was calm. The ancient city emitted an archaic aura. It was built from grayish-brown boulders, and it was majestic and intimidating. There were people guarding it. There weren't many soldiers, and they all wore cold armor with a metallic luster. Their halberds could split the sky, and their spears could cut through the air. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers, glaring at everyone like tigers watching their prey. They had a wave of killing intent, as if they had fought in many star fields and killed countless experts. Now, they were guarding this place, preventing others from offending them. They were like a group of vicious beasts hibernating here. A commotion broke out during the process of entering the city. The strong would always be strong, and they wouldn't retreat for the sake of others. In particular, they wouldn't cower on this path of becoming a great emperor. 8 or 9 groups of peak experts appeared, and they were all extremely powerful in their respective regions. They forced others to retreat and make way for them. It was clear that the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland was a force at the peak, making the people around them feel like they were suffocating. 13 savage beasts roared, and then they stepped through the air, disappearing into the distance like a flood. A few of them sneered, and then they swept their eyes in Yi Fan's direction. If not for there being close to 100 cultivators between them, a battle would have most likely broken out between them. What are you acting so arrogant for? This one will fight against you all. Longma spoke. There was a powerful individual every few dozen people, making others not dare approach. They moved out of the way, and powerful battle intent pervaded the air. Unsurprisingly, there were also people who claimed supremacy here in Yi Fan's group. They wanted to seize the main path and shake the Dao hearts of the other competitors. It had to be said that the middle-aged Daoist nun was extremely powerful. Her battle intent overflowed in all directions, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The cultivators in all directions couldn't endure it, continuously backing up. The golden-winged heavenly Peng she sat on was even more wild and untamed, looking down on everyone. Its golden wings flickered, and golden divine radiance tore apart the sky. It was incomparably powerful. The people in this region all retreated, and only Yifan's mount remained. Moreover, Longma began to move, heading towards the city gate. The middle-aged Daoist nun's eyes were cold. The golden-winged heavenly peng beneath her flourished with divine radiance, its entire body dazzling. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and chased after them. It unfolded a pair of enormous wings that hid the sky and covered the earth. Its sharp claws flickered with cold radiance as it grabbed towards Yifan's body, wanting to tear him apart. Longma was furious, about to retaliate. However, during this process, Yifan calmly took out a black spear. His body didn't move, and only the dark golden spear in his right hand pierced out coldly. It was too fast, faster than everyone's eyes, faster than everyone's reactions. A streak of black lightning pierced through the heavens. A rain of blood splashed out, and peng feathers fell. The peng only released a short and hurried wail. Yifan was as cold as a war god. His spear pierced through the golden heavenly peng's head, killing it on the spot. Fresh blood flowed down the black spear shaft. It was a ghastly sight. Yifan sat steadily on his horse's back, as steady as a boulder. The scene froze here. That was a half-holy level peng, but it was actually nailed to death in a single strike. Who is this? The nearby region erupted into an uproar. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This seemingly taciturn expert definitely couldn't be provoked. The middle-aged Daoist nun rushed into the skies, avoiding the spear radiance. She revealed a furious expression, and surging battle intent tore through the sky. With a light shout, she was about to throw herself over. Loud shouts sounded from the imposing city gate tower. Those soldiers raised their halberds, iron spears, and other weapons as they coldly stared downwards. No one is allowed to cause a ruckus here. Her words were extremely forceful, intimidating everyone. It was because if they caused trouble, they might lose the qualifications to participate in the most powerful trial by fire. Pa! Yifan brandished his spear with one arm, pointing it towards the southern skies. The peng's corpse was torn to pieces, and a rain of blood sprinkled down. Everyone was so shocked that they fell back. One man, one mount, rushed towards the city gate. After 10 years of battle, his battle clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Longma's body was also like this. Although they didn't have any bright and beautiful armor, they both possessed an unstoppable killing intent that intimidated everyone. One man, one mount, advanced forward. It was deathly silent in front of the majestic city. Everyone allowed them to walk towards the city gate, and no one in this region stopped them. Chapter 1244. The city walls were covered with axe marks, sword holes, and mottled with ancient ruins. It was difficult to conceal the heavy atmosphere of history and added a kind of desolation. Dao patterns were faintly discernible. This was the #1 city on the path of the strongest trial, so there were naturally arrays carved into the walls to protect the peace of this place. The majestic city gates were 10 feet tall and built from a rare stone material. There were some sword marks and hammer marks on the surface that caused Yifan's heart to tremble. He could clearly feel the aura of the ancient great sage. The city gates were very high and very deep. One man and one horse were traveling alone, and no one was keeping pace with him. The scene was very depressing and oppressive. Yifan's spear was too breathtaking. It was so fast that no one could react. It had directly nailed a half-step saint-level beast to death. Many people were wondering if they could dodge it if it was aimed at them. The middle-aged Daoist nun's face was gloomy. She stood in front of the grand city and stared at Yifan's back. Her eyes were malicious and murderous, but she had no way to make a move. On top of the city gates, the soldiers' killing intent was too thick. They glared at the people below like tigers watching their prey. Since the rules of this place had already been announced, no one was willing to challenge them. There were also several soldiers inside the city gates. Their murderous auras were biting cold. They were clad in heavy armor and metal battle suits, making it hard for people to breathe. "I'm warning you once. Don't cause trouble here. Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. A soldier with a medium build, dressed in black iron armor, and holding a bronze spear said. The cold light in his eyes was terrifying. Yi Fan didn't say anything. His expression was calm and indifferent as he sat on the horse's back. He was as steady as a pine tree on a peak. The Longma was a divine steed. Its 4 hooves stepped on the bluestone ground, emitting sonorous sounds. Its rhythm was calm and steady as it advanced forward. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The captain of the soldiers shouted. The bronze spear in his hand flickered with a cold light as if it was about to stab out. Many cultivators revealed strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. They just watched this scene in silence. No one would have thought that the soldiers guarding the city gates would try to intimidate Yi Fan by taking him down a notch. Everyone knew that these were definitely not ordinary soldiers. They had to treat them cautiously. These were definitely terrifying cultivators, experts who had crawled out from piles of corpses. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't provoke me. Yi Fan didn't turn around, nor did he look back. He sat on the back of his horse and passed by coldly. He didn't even look at the captain. Many people were shaken. Even though Yi Fan spoke calmly, there was a hidden power hidden within. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but if he was targeted, a storm would definitely erupt. Are you threatening me? The captain's eyes were cold. He pointed the ancient bronze spear in his hand forward, but he didn't stab it in the end. Yi Fan didn't turn around, didn't explain, and didn't pay attention to him. He only left behind a silhouette as he entered the city. The black spear hanging on the Longma's back emitted a cold black light. Killing intent reflected in the eyes of the people behind him. I'm warning you. Once you enter the #1 city of the human race, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie down. No one can behave atrociously here. Yi Fan's indifference, as well as his cold words and actions, made the captain feel as if he was being challenged. He coldly transmitted his voice and heavily stabbed the bronze spear into the ground, causing the bluestone ground to rumble. What kind of soldiers are these? Why do I feel that they are stronger than us and not weaker? Outside the grand city, people entered the city in an orderly manner. Some people were discussing in low voices, feeling that these armored soldiers were very special. It wouldn't be wrong to call them heavenly soldiers. Because their origins are similar to ours, they are naturally exceptionally powerful. A slightly older cultivator sighed. What exactly are their identities? Many people were astonished. They are also people who stepped onto the ancient path of the most powerful trials. They came a few years or even a few decades earlier than us, but they failed and remained on this path. After learning of this secret, everyone was shocked. These people could be said to be the same kind as them. They were the first batch of people to set off. They were heavily injured and on the verge of death. After being treated, they were scattered to various parts of the ancient path. Don't provoke them. With so many people, there will naturally be good and bad people mixed in. Even though some people failed, they still couldn't let go of their hatred. Many people nodded. At the very least, the captain in front of the city gates was definitely not a good person. Just now, he was quite hostile towards Yi Fan. The number of people in the star domain became fewer and fewer. They formed a long dragon as they gradually entered the city. There were some people who were undoubtedly powerful, establishing their initial status. The city was enormous and the streets were wide. Ancient trees lined both sides of the road, their branches lush and luxuriant. There were also many buildings, such as pill stores, weapon shops, restaurants, inns, casinos, and so on. Everyone was shocked. This was a city suitable for living. Even though it was situated in the cosmos and not on a planet, it was separated from the heavenly domain's vacuum. There were quite a few residents in the city. This was an enormous city full of life. A few children were running about. They were quite curious towards these people, continuously sizing them up. Normally, the streets should be bustling with activity. From the buildings, one could guess how prosperous this place was. There should be streams of people moving about, shoulders rubbing against each other. However, today, there weren't many people hawking their wares. The people in the shops were all looking outwards. Many of the people buying and selling along the streets also temporarily moved into the alleys, making way for them. Why are there so many people here? Longma revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan listened carefully. There were some people who understood this and began to discuss quietly. He learned quite a bit. The ancient path of the most powerful trials had always existed since the ancient times, opening once every 10,000 years. However, how many people were able to ascend to the extreme since the ancient times? Countless experts had failed. Quite a few people didn't return to their homeland, staying behind along the way. They excavated some pure lands, turning them into ancient lands of life. Meanwhile, an enormous city like this was originally a perfect place to live, so it naturally became the first choice. In this world, it was hard to say what the ancestral lands of the residents were. It was extremely large and complex. Some of them became mortals, but there are still terrifying cultivators. It can be said to be a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are. Someone warned, telling them not to provoke the natives. In reality, ever since they entered the city, everyone began to take precautions against each other, no longer trusting anyone else. It was because they were all competitors. The middle-aged Daoist nun and Yi Fan entered the city one after the other, so they naturally weren't far from each other. Her eyes were cold as she coldly said, "You should properly cherish the time before you. I will kill you." A wave of cold air immediately pervaded the streets. The people in this region all paid close attention, waiting for a conflict to break out. The middle-aged Daoist nun could be said to be overbearing, killing intent like a cold tide. She faced Yi Fan, as if she was going to immediately start a battle. Yi Fan gave her a look. He knew that she didn't want to fight here, but rather was purposely provoking him to take action. She wanted to draw in the soldiers and kill him with a borrowed knife. The captain at the city gate bore hostility against him. If he was successfully provoked, he would definitely use this as an excuse to ruthlessly suppress and kill him. Your heart is quite vicious, but I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with divine light. He sat majestically on the longma, releasing the aura of a monarch. The middle-aged Daoist nun's eyes became sluggish. Her plan failed, but she didn't want to waste any more time. With a cold snort, she walked forward. A total of 437 people entered the city. They walked along the wide streets, and then they were led to the plaza at the center of the city by several soldiers. This place was paved with ash-brown stone slabs. Many traces had been carved over time. There was a tall stone platform in front of them, and an elder silently appeared. His silhouette was blurry, and only a pair of eyes were like golden lanterns. They shot out terrifying divine light in the distorted space, and he said, "I am the guide and also the lord of this city. I only want to say a few things. First, not everyone can continue on their way. You all need to recuperate. Not long after, you will enter a training field to undergo the first test and selection. Second, during the time you stay in the city, you are strictly prohibited from fighting. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Find a place to stay and recuperate." Everyone originally thought that there would be a detailed explanation, but they didn't think that he would only say 2 things. His words were so short, and there were many things that they didn't understand. "Senior City Lord, I want to ask you something. What should we do if we are attacked?" Someone asked. "We can defend ourselves." After the blurry figure finished speaking, he instantly dimmed and disappeared from the spot. Everyone was silent. This was too irresponsible. He just answered one question, and then he left. He didn't want to explain anything at all, and it was too half-hearted. The heroes were dissatisfied, but they couldn't say anything. From now on, they were competitors and enemies. They didn't want others to have something to use against them. The crowd dispersed, and everyone went to find a place to rest. At this time, the peace in the city disappeared. The natives began to do business, and no longer made way for them. They appeared on the streets. Scarlet moon fruit skewers, 1,000-year ancient medicinal fruit, sweet, crisp, and delicious. Flood dragon meat buns, thin skin and large fillings. It's free if it's not fragrant. The ancient city was flourishing, and it recovered its liveliness. The endless stream of horses and carriages made everyone stupefied. Am I on the ancient starry sky path, or am I in a mortal city? Longma said to himself. Moments later, he calmed down quite a bit. Even the food being sold was very particular. There really were flood dragon meat buns, 1,000-year scarlet moon fruit skewers, lightning bird roasted wings, and so on. If one wanted to stay in the inn, the waiter asked for a piece of divine source. This made everyone stupefied. The price here was too excessive. The natives had an explanation, but they had no choice. The number one city of the human race was located in the depths of the cosmos, and it was too barren. Everyone, we are about to go to the training grounds. I believe you will return with great rewards. Divine source, ancient medicine, and so on won't be a problem. Yi Fan rode his horse and wandered around the city to understand the situation. He raised his head and looked into the sky. There was a layer of sparkling divine glass that covered this place. The stars in the sky flickered, scattering down and absorbed by the ancient city. It was gorgeous and beautiful. Get lost. The streets were in chaos. A group of armored horses rushed over, their steps making the road rumble. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. It was precisely the 13 divine mounts that came from the ancient star domain of endless wasteland. Every single one of their mounts was a primordial species. They swallowed clouds and spat out mist. Their scales were brilliant, and they were like dragons leaving the abyss. It was as if phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens. Longma's scarlet scales were like multicolored clouds, flowing with precious splendor. The mane on the back of its neck was a foot long, and it was as if raging flames were jumping about. It was an extremely divine steed. It stood at the center of the road and didn't move at all. They met again, and it was still berated. Its killing intent surged. Yi Fan didn't move either, coldly watching them approach. He was calm like a towering and unclimbable mountain that towered for tens of thousands of years, unshakable. Chapter 1245. The 13 mounts of the Heavenly Emperor arrived. The strange beasts they rode were all mystical, either roaring towards the sky or surging with divine multicolored light. Their scales were dense, their wings glaring, and they swallowed clouds and spat out mist like dragons soaring into the sky. The street was shaking, as if a torrent of steel was rushing over. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in this area. The majestic Pai Xiao, the 9-headed golden-scaled divine python, the azure dragon that swallowed the heavens, each and every one of them was divine and terrifying, filling this place and surrounding Yi Fan. The 13 mounts of heavenly wasteland sneered again and again, as if they were hunting from all sides. Several people stepped out and shouted as they circled around him. The entire street was in chaos. Many people had gathered over to watch this disturbance. Perhaps an astonishing battle would occur. Yi Fan held his spear horizontally, facing these terrifying mounts alone. There was no emotion on his face, only a cold and exuding killing intent. Heh, you really want to fight with us? Since that is the case, then make your move. Let me see your abilities. I'll let you have 10 moves, I'll take your head within 15 moves. 2 of the mounts were especially domineering. Their mounts neighed, their steps causing the street to rumble and sparks to fly in all directions. They continuously ran around Yi Fan, as if they had trapped their prey. Yi Fan's gaze was intimidating as he swept his spear across them. These people acted tyrannically, but they did not attack him immediately. Instead, they wanted to provoke him and make him attack. Evidently, they wanted to make use of the city's rules to provoke him first and then draw him into attacking. They would then carry out at the defense and reasonably kill him. What, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Since you don't dare to attack, then quickly scram and make way. One of them berated. His eyes were cold. As long as Yi Fan dared to attack, he and the other person would mercilessly kill him on the spot. What are you barking for? If you want to die, then come over. I'm waiting for you guys to attack. Yi Fan's words were sonorous. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread throughout the entire street. Many people's expressions changed. Yi Fan was alone, yet he was able to oppose them with equal harshness. He was powerful and fierce, shocking many people. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were definitely seated experts. Along the way, they had already alerted the ushers. They fought bloody battles along the way, never tasting defeat, and arrived at the number 1 city of the human race. These people were feared by all sides. Many people listed them as one of the most terrifying competitors. Now that they were stirring up trouble, they naturally attracted attention. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland are seated experts. It's clear that they're sizing up their competitors one by one and starting with them. Who is he? Which star field does he come from? His temperament is extraordinary. Can he really fight against a talent from the ancient star field of infinite desolation? A total of 437 people entered the city. There are not many who can fight against the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Look, their leader has a holy beast mount. The number 1 of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not take this matter to heart, as if he was an outsider. His upper half of his bronze-colored body was bare, and beneath him was a gray wolf that was filled with a torrential blood chi. I heard that this person's cultivation has reached the acme of perfection. Some of his provocations and forceful words and actions are all to train the weaker divine knights. Scram, or fight. Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, don't surround me. Yi Fan spoke. He did not take the initiative to attack because he did not want to leave behind any evidence. However, he did not want these people to look good either. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was definitely incisive and even more powerful than the 13 steeds of the Sky Emperor. Did he really want to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight? The 2 mounts of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland that were running around Yi Fan stopped. The 2 people on top of them had ashen expressions, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to legally kill Yi Fan, but they never thought that he would have the guts to do so alone. They wanted to make the first move and then kill him. Even if I give you a chance to defend yourself, can you kill me? One of them laughed coldly. Then come and try. I don't mind chopping off your dog head. Yi Fan said unyieldingly. The black spear in his hand flickered with black light. He raised it up and pointed it at this person's throat. The divine radiance at the tip of the spear flickered unsteadily. When these words were spoken, the entire street immediately erupted. The male on top of the scarlet-scaled horse was truly too forceful. His tattered battle clothes were stained with blood, and he was as terrifying as a god of death. He's going to fight the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland to the end. His future path might be dim from now on. No matter how strong he is, he might not be the opponent of the 13 steeds. Who is he? Many people were stupefied at first, and then they broke into an uproar. The 2 people from the 13 steeds who were stirring up trouble were naturally furious. These words were too ear-piercing. For them who had always been domineering, this was a type of humiliation. A divine pot appeared above one of their heads. It swallowed and spat out the essence of heaven and earth. The fluctuations were like a tsunami, and it was going to suck Yi Fan inside. Old 13. An expert on a mount in the distance glared at him, telling him to put away the divine pot. You must not start a fight in the city. I remember 2 years ago, there were 2 seed-level experts who were arrogant and unruly because they had reached the sage realm. They disregarded the city's rules, and in the end, they were both beheaded. The natives in the city reminded. Who is causing trouble? Could it be that you want to break the rules of this city? A group of soldiers arrived from the distance. All of them wore black heavy armor and held iron spears in their hands. They were as oppressive as a mountain, giving off a terrifying pressure. Old 12, Old 13, stop messing around. Hurry up and find a place to stay. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland spoke. They had just entered the city, so no one was willing to break the city's rules and anger the envoy. Otherwise, they would definitely not have a good ending. The number 2 figure of Heaven Wasteland City was riding on an azure dragon. He wore azure gold battle clothes, and even his head was covered. Only a pair of eyes were exposed outside the armor. His eyeballs actually had no pupils, and the azure light was terrifying. It was filled with a type of demonic nature. That azure dragon let out a low roar. Holy might pervaded the air, startling many strange beasts in the vicinity. They almost fell limp onto the ground. It's a holy beast. Everyone was shocked. Apart from the leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, the mount of the number 2 figure had also reached the sage realm. Roar, a series of roars could be heard. Some of the strange beasts on the street were all startled, struggling one after another. The unicorn closest to Yifan even sent its master flying. Its entire body flourished with brilliance, and it stood up like a human, stomping on Yifan's body. It was obvious that all of this was caused by the mount of the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. The true dragon was the lord of all living creatures, and the azure dragon had a thin amount of dragon blood within its body. Having reached the sage realm, it could naturally control other beasts of lower realms. Pfft! Yifan brandished the dark golden spear in his hand, using it as a long blade. He hacked the unicorn into 2 halves on the spot, and the 2 halves flew forward. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were furious. The 2 halves of the unicorn's corpse fell in front of them, and blood splattered everywhere. It penetrated the protective light screen of the 12th and 13th brothers, and sprinkled onto their bodies. Dirty blood flowed everywhere. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. 7 or 8 of the 13 steeds turned around and surrounded Yifan, ready to attack at any time. Stop, I'm warning you, whoever dares to make a move will be dealt with as violating the city's rules and killed without mercy, the group of soldiers roared. They were also trial takers on the path to the strongest. Although they had failed, they had walked very far and were more qualified than the people present, so their strength was naturally not weak. He provoked us and stained our bodies with the beast's blood. He blocked the road on the street and then offended us. He should be killed. The 2 people at the back of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland criticized, demanding that Yifan be dealt with according to the city's rules. Yifan said, "Someone disturbed the unicorn and attacked me. I was defending myself. It has nothing to do with me." The mount was startled and even sent me flying, the owner of the unicorn said with a pale face. This group of soldiers had all experienced this along the way, so they naturally knew what was going on. There were no casualties, and they didn't want to interfere too much. They warned the crowd to disperse and not to get entangled. There was such a disturbance as soon as they entered the city. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone was on guard against each other, afraid that someone would take advantage of them. Yifan found an inn and paid a piece of divine source to stay inside. Lama gritted his teeth and cursed the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move. Although the inn was expensive, it was worth the money. There were pavilions in the backyard, a small bridge over a flowing river, and a garden design. The scenery was beautiful. He was preparing to conserve his strength because there would definitely be a fight after entering the trial field. There would definitely be a fierce battle with the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. "Who are you?" Yifan, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked into the courtyard. He saw a person sneaking in from the courtyard beside him with strange footwork. "Shoo, lower your voice." "Dao brother, I'm here to sell secret manuals," a thin and withered middle-aged cultivator said. "I don't need it," Yifan said. Longma's expression was also unkind. "You've misunderstood. This isn't a scripture in the ordinary sense, but a secret manual that can protect one's life. It introduces some matters of the trial field." This was a native. His cultivation wasn't weak, and he actually started this kind of business. This kind of thing has probably already violated the city's rules. "I believe the guide wouldn't sit by and watch injustice happen," Yifan said. The person who came laughed dryly. He was rather straightforward, and then left. That day, apart from this kind of secret manual, there was another type of secret manual that was sold. On it, a few formidable figures among the trial takers were listed, and it secretly caused a great commotion. The tense atmosphere became even stronger. In the hunting war that was about to begin, everyone already felt the suffocating feeling of the calm before the storm. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire city. A seed-level expert had fallen, and he actually died in his residence. He was ruthlessly killed by someone. What happened? Who killed him? The soldiers surrounded that place, yet they couldn't immediately apprehend the murderer. This gave rise to a great controversy. You all just don't know. There have always been unsolved cases that couldn't be investigated, and in the end, it was left unsettled. The native said. How could it be like this? Even the guide couldn't find the murderer? The crowd was discontent. Many experts come from the boundless cosmos and the vast star domain. Many of them are inheritances from ancient secret lands, and there are some strange forbidden secret techniques that not even the powerful guide could find clues to. As a result, the cultivators in the city became even more cautious. They were on guard against each other, no longer trusting anyone. It was because it was rumored that this was a saint who had cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation was profound, and he was one of the front-rank figures among the 437 individuals. However, in the end, he died mysteriously. An undercurrent was surging, and killing intent was everywhere. Everyone sensed that something similar might happen again. Chapter 1246. The culprit has been caught by the soldiers. Now, the truth will be revealed. A day later, a commotion was heard from the #1 human city. Many people flew towards the central plaza. There, a man with disheveled hair appeared and was thrown to the ground. His body was drenched in blood. He had failed to assassinate a cultivator and was captured by a few soldiers. They tied him up and brought him here for a public trial. However, the people were disappointed. This was a half-saint. How could he kill a true saint with profound cultivation? After observing his sea of consciousness, they discovered that he was not the murderer of the saint. This matter made people even more worried. Everyone was on guard against each other. If all the heroes imitated the assassination path, there would be great chaos. This is the #1 human city. How could there be an assassination? Even the city lord couldn't find the culprit. Wouldn't there be a loophole? Someone might even attack us at night. Lama pondered. The city was huge and majestic. The buildings on both sides of the streets were scattered. The heroes didn't trust each other and didn't dare to get too close. Starlight sprinkled down like curling smoke. In the dead of night, a miserable shriek rang out. It was so abrupt that it made people tremble. A group of soldiers rushed over like a torrent, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. They only saw a corpse with blood gushing out of it. The city was in chaos. Many people looked over coldly. There were also some who rushed over to the scene. What a pity. This was just a child. He had already severed his Tao many years ago and reached the half-saint realm at the age of 30. He was a proud son of heaven, but he was killed just like that. A man sighed. Although he looked young, he was in fact over 180 years old. He had the qualifications to call a 30-year-old expert a child. This was definitely a hero of a generation. If he didn't die, even if he couldn't step onto the emperor's path, he would still become a king among saints. A 30-year-old half-saint was indeed shocking. Some saints sighed. Such a powerful momentum was rarely seen since ancient times. It was truly an anomaly. People realized that the assassin was unfathomable. Moreover, the targets he had chosen were all people who might achieve great things on the emperor's path in the future. The first was a powerful saint. The second was a rising star with boundless potential. Who would the third be? Everyone felt that he most likely wouldn't stop. What is this? Hiding your head and showing your tail? Do you think you are worthy of walking the path of the strongest trial? He doesn't dare to fight openly and only knows how to kill in the dark. He has a filthy nature and is nothing more than a scoundrel. Someone said indignantly. Perhaps this person was originally an assassin, needing this type of bloody killing to prove his Dao. Another person speculated. The guide gave the order for the entire city to hunt down the culprit. Both of them were seed-ranked powerhouses. I haven't even entered the training field and I've already encountered such a thing. Longma muttered to himself. The starry river descended, and the ancient city was hazy. It was tranquil and peaceful, without a trace of killing intent. In the latter half of the night, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and smashed through the window, pouncing into a void in the courtyard. He shattered the vacuum with a single punch. Blazing golden lightning interweaved. He was like an ancient ferocious beast coming out of its cage, but also like a god of war coming back to life. Xiao! An indistinct black figure was blasted flying backwards. Blood splashed out, and then this figure quickly merged into the void. Yi Fan released a cold snort. His body also disappeared. The celestial court's secret techniques were fully displayed. He was like a shadow following the body, and together with the Ro word art, the great murderous technique was unrivaled under the heavens. This was a saint. His methods were exceptional and extremely powerful. Even Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was definitely a rarely seen and terrifying figure. Chi. He displayed the battle saint technique. A furnace appeared and suppressed downwards. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens, and fiery light illuminated the ancient city. The eternal universe furnace suppressed downwards. This person scattered out an expanse of blood and retreated in retreat. He was like a ghost, extremely fast, faster than lightning. In this world, perhaps only Yi Fan's Ro word art could catch up to him. He tried to break out several times, but Yi Fan cut off his path ahead and stopped him here. Hong. Longma's sneak attack was known as the immortal treading shadowless feet. He struck out 108 times, and every single hoof crushed heaven and earth. Pung! This person suffered from a hoof and was sent flying several dozen zhang away. He borrowed the force to enter the void, wanting to use a secret technique to disappear. Yi Fan was an expert. The 6 Dao reincarnation fist smashed out, shattering the heaven and earth. An aura like that of a primordial beast covered the sky and earth, blasting this person down. This kind of battle naturally alarmed the heroes in the city. Cold gazes appeared in the nearby courtyards as they looked over. There were also people who rushed over to help. Kill! Uniform shouts of killing rang out. It was as if a river of stars had landed on the great earth, stirring up boundless waves that were deafening. The soldiers guarding the giant city arrived. There were more than 20 of them, and they surrounded this place. They swept through the buildings and charged in. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan stood alone. He held a piece of human skin in his hand and looked at it seriously. Longma ran back from the distance. He didn't discover any assassin's accomplices, and there was nothing suspicious either. He cursed continuously. What happened? A soldier asked in a low voice. Under the starry skies, a large number of experts arrived. Most of them were people who had walked on the ancient path of the most powerful trials. They surrounded this place. Someone tried to assassinate me, but they failed. Yi Fan replied. The scene was deathly silent. This was like a layer of haze that floated in the city, making everyone feel stifled. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was unharmed and had repelled the assassin. Many people revealed looks of surprise. He was treated as a target, and this definitely proved his value. The assassin saw him as a threat. Yi Fan used the 6 Dao reincarnation fist in the end, shattering everything. Even that figure became dim, only leaving behind a piece of human skin. This was a relatively intact piece of human skin. It was like a snake's slough, as if it had been shed by someone. Apart from the face, the other parts were completely intact. This is the assassin's skin. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Could it be that he was killed by you? Dawn arrived. This matter triggered a huge wave. Many soldiers were here to reconstruct the battle scene, but they didn't have any great harvests. In the following 2 days, there were no assassinations in the city. Everything was peaceful. Some people guessed that the assassin had been killed by Yi Fan, while others shook their heads. The soldiers took away the human skin and sent it to the envoy's manor. There was no structure to it all this time. This person definitely didn't die. I don't know what kind of secret method he has. Yi Fan knew clearly that striking down a piece of human skin didn't mean that he had truly killed the assassin. It seems like he won't appear in a short period of time. Longma said. Yi Fan pondered and said, if he purely came to assassinate me, then that's fine. However, if he wanted to use this to stand out and attract the attention of others, creating competitors for me from all directions and becoming a clear target, then there's the smell of a conspiracy. The following days were extremely peaceful. There were no more bloodshed. Everyone was waiting for the trial field to open, but the envoy still didn't show any signs. After recuperating for many days, many people stopped cultivating in seclusion. They walked the streets and entered tea houses, restaurants, and other places to wait for an opportunity. When Yi Fan went out, he met a frail youth who had kindly warned him the first time he met the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He said that the experts on this path wouldn't retreat for others. Although he had arrived at the #1 city of the human race, Yi Fan still didn't understand many things. He was the only one who traveled alone, and there were other companions from other star fields. Why did so many of them come? Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance. He found that some star fields had too many people. There were easily dozens of them, and they all came from the same ancient land. The number of people is completely decided by the protectors of the ancient roads of each star field. There are no special restrictions, unless there's a hidden danger. The ancient road of the strongest trial was a graveyard. Those who died were all heroes. Even those with the qualifications of emperors could fall along the way. It was too dangerous, and not many could return alive. In consideration of the long-term prosperity of their star fields, some ancient lands naturally wouldn't send out too many people. Usually, they would only send a dozen or so. A dozen or so. Yi Fan was startled. According to what he knew, the extraordinary warrior manor would normally send out 3 people. Only this era was special and there were no restrictions. That was because the road to immortality was about to open and it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. There are also some ancient lands that have terrifying old enemies and have no choice but to send out 2 or 3 for fear of retaliation. Yi Fan was startled as he heard this. It seemed that there were many things to pay attention to on this ancient road, but the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor hadn't explained them in detail. Big Dipper might have a great enemy and there would most likely be terrifying competitors on the road ahead. Was the enmity of tens of thousands of years still continuing? You come from Big Dipper. The youth's eyes widened in shock. He then warned him in a low voice that it was best not to mention this to others. Why? I've heard that it is a star that buries emperors. Outstanding talents rise together and the children of deities lie dormant. For tens of thousands of years, it has become the public enemy of many star fields. Yi Fan was deeply surprised. The road ahead might be filled with enemies. The people he had met today were only a small portion. A large number of people had already set out on their way. There were many small ancient roads in the starry sky. Some were smooth sailing, while others had been interfered with by ancient emperors. They were full of trials and tribulations. But in the powerful ancient star fields, the roads were all difficult to walk. It is said that there are human ancient roads, divine ancient roads, and so on. In the end, different roads lead to the same destination and converge into a main trunk. The thin youth named Roy Wei explained some of the secrets he knew. Not everyone who stepped on this ancient road wanted to prove their Tao. Everyone had their own goals because in the end, only one person would have the opportunity to become an emperor. Some people were very rational and didn't want to rush to the end because the experts of the entire cosmos would fight for it. How bitter would that be? It was unknown how many people would die. Roy Wei said, as for me, it's fine as long as I can become a saint. My most important goal is to find an ancient life star for my clansmen because our heavenly domain is about to dry up. Yi Fan was speechless. Rui Wei's birthplace was a primal chaos pure land, just like the Killer God Dynasty's heavenly domain or vicious primal chaos celestial land. This was their ancestral land discovered by an ancient great sage. At first, the clan was incomparably prosperous because they had many ancient medicines and divine treasures. But now, it was no longer suitable for living. Many people didn't come from a life star but from a small world established by an ancient peerless expert. Some are still flourishing, while others have declined to the point of no return. Rui Wei sighed. Their divine spirit world was about to wither and their resources were limited. At this moment, he didn't even have a single divine source on him because he had left it to the children of the clan who needed it more. After entering the city, he had been sleeping on the streets. Those who are truly qualified to fight for the Emperor's road all come from the powerful and glorious ancient stars. For example, the desolate sky 13 steeds came from a powerful ancient star field, Rui Wei said. Yi Fan sighed inwardly and gave Rui Wei a jade cauldron. There were hundreds of ancient medicines and a pile of divine sources inside. Let's go take a look at the inn in front. There are many people going in and out. There should be some news. The two of them had just entered the huge watchtower floating in the sky when they heard a piece of news. Everyone would enter the trial grounds tomorrow. This was definitely a major event. Inside the watchtower, an embroidered young master sat alone at a table. He gently fanned himself and no one dared to approach him. It was said that he came from a powerful ancient star field and was a genius who had already become a saint. On the other side, there was a monk with a golden band and messy hair. There was a birthmark like a knife scar on his face. Although he was a Buddhist disciple, he didn't look very kind. Yi Fan was startled. Apart from the Big Dipper's western desert, there were also powerful Buddhist sects in other star fields. Soon, he heard the discussion of others. This monk came from an ancient star field called Amida. There were a total of 8 or 9 tables in the palace. They were very special and no one dared to approach them. They were the most powerful among the 437 trial takers. Apart from them, there were naturally many other people who had formed alliances with like-minded people. Who is the assassin? I believe many people should have realized it already. Isn't it that person named Yi Fan? What did he say about repelling the assassin? It's clearly an act, it's him. Someone said with a shrill voice. Yi Fan looked over and saw not only the person who had spoken, but also the middle-aged nun who had almost fought with him. We're going to enter the trial grounds tomorrow. He'll be in for a treat. Humph, humph, humph. Those people were all unkind. Chapter 1247. The restaurant floated in midair, absorbing the clouds and absorbing the mist. Starlight sprinkled down, like a majestic heavenly palace towering in the cosmos. When the middle-aged nun saw Yi Fan, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her mount had been killed by Yi Fan in front of everyone, and this was a great humiliation. Yi Fan found a table and sat down with Rui Wei, not paying attention to those comments. Many people noticed them, and all kinds of gazes swept over. He was a powerful character in the limelight, and he had left a deep impression on many people. There were 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table, all of them outstanding and extraordinary characters. This was normal, as none of those who could step on the starry sky ancient path would be ordinary. One may know a person's face but not his heart. Some people are truly deranged, pretending to be killing saints to kill their opponents. Their actions are despicable and inhumane. A young man at the middle-aged nun's table shook the wine cup in his hand, speaking calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly. He wore sky-blue treasured clothes and looked very young. His skin was fair, and his fingers were sparkling, reflecting the splendor of the jade cup, making him look delicate and refined. He is indeed a scum. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road, if you have the strength, then fight. What kind of ability is there to use such shameless methods to plot against competitors? Another girl spoke. She was born with a beautiful countenance, and her words were very sharp. Her red clothes were like fire, and she should have been charming and enchanting. However, at this moment, there was a kind of killing intent, full of callousness. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She could naturally tell that the people at this table were targeting Yi Fan. Their words were obvious, slandering him in front of everyone. "Brother Yi, let's go to another place," Rui Wei said softly. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Flies flying and dogs jumping, there is no need to pay attention to them." This area of the imperial court immediately quieted down. Many people were paying attention, and the 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table all had cold expressions. "You've already done it, yet you still don't dare to admit it. A mere scoundrel dares to be so arrogant here." The red-clothed girl's brows furrowed into 2 swords, and her eyes shone with a cold light. The middle-aged Daoist nun smiled and said, "Sister Honglu, there's no need to be angry. We'll be entering the trial grounds tomorrow. Let's kill the rats and dogs and see whose harvest is greater. Little Sister Hong, don't let a person who can't see the light spoil your mood. Mountain Lord Junwei is here, let's not talk about a shameless person." The blue-clothed man said calmly. His tone was calm, but it was very targeted. The middle-aged Daoist nun smiled and said, "Brother Lan Feng is right. We should go and welcome Mount Junwei." Rui Wei's expression changed. These people were going too far, echoing each other and belittling Yi Fan. They were truly harboring evil intentions, and they deserved to be punished. He was truly afraid that Yi Fan would be angered and disregard everything, unleashing a massacre here. That would be terrible, and there would definitely be a great disaster. It was clear that the middle-aged Daoist nun, Hong Lu, and Lu Maple were all waiting for them to erupt, and then rebuke them on the basis of a reason. Yi Fan was very calm. He raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Rui Wei's. He said, "There are all kinds of people in the human world. There are all kinds of people. Why bother with them? Just treat it as a dog barking." Swoosh! Numerous gazes shot over like sharp swords, making the atmosphere even more tense and chilly. Everyone had a premonition that a huge collision was about to take place. The number of people talking in the imperial court decreased by a lot, and they all focused their attention. Even the young master in embroidered gown, the Duda with the golden band, and the 6 or 7 other seed-level masters at the other tables indifferently glanced over. The middle-aged Daoist nun revealed a mocking smile. The killing intent in Hong Lu's eyes became even more intense. Lu Maple was very cold. He stared at Yi Fan for a while, and a murderous aura pervaded the air from their table. Yi Fan naturally knew that they were the middle-aged Daoist nun's allies. Together, they were very powerful and couldn't be ignored. It seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to provoke and rope in a group of people. Mount Junwei has arrived. A group of people ascended the imperial court in the sky. 5 people walked in. The one in the middle walked with a majestic gait. He wore a purple gold crown and Chilan armor. He was handsome and extraordinary, and he brought with him a wave of pressure. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down, as if a divine king had descended upon the world. "Brother Junwei, this way please." The elegant Lu Maple in blue smiled and stood up to welcome him. The middle-aged Daoist nun also came in with a horsetail whisk in her hand. She invited him seriously with a trace of respect, which was very different from the coldness she showed to Yi Fan. At this moment, she was full of smiles and greeted him with the etiquette of Taoism. She said, "Mount Junwei's name has shaken the starry ancient road. You single-handedly passed through the 99 heavenly passes and walked one of the most difficult paths of training. You are truly a heaven-sent genius." Hong Lu and the others also smiled and came forward. They treated this person seriously and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they led him to his table. In the imperial court, everyone else revealed a surprised expression. Many people had heard of this Mount Junwei. It was said that he came from an ancient starfield. There were many people who went to visit him these past few days. It seemed that he was a feudal lord among the 437 challengers. This was definitely a front-row character. He wasn't any weaker than the 8 or 9 cultivators who occupied a table. Many people feared him and thought highly of him. Mao Junwei came from an academy in an ancient starfield. What he learned is terrifying. He has most likely become a saint. His essence energy is restrained and doesn't leak out at all. The difficulty level is low, but to be able to pass the 99 heavenly passes, he must have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. This was everyone's evaluation. They thought highly of this person and felt fear in their hearts. He wanted to walk the emperor's path. This was definitely a powerful contender. Mao Junwei had a pair of purple eyes and a golden crown to tie up his hair. He had the bearing of a dragon and tiger. Just sitting there, he gave off an invisible sense of dignity. Just now, I heard you guys talking about assassins. Did you really find any clues? He spoke calmly. His purple eyes were as deep as the sea. It's just a small fry, not worth mentioning. Let him be complacent for a night. Tomorrow, he will be exposed in the training field, the middle-aged Daoist nun said indifferently. Look, isn't it him? He secretly hunts his fellow Daoists. His crimes are unpardonable. I feel like tomorrow, we should all rise up and punish him. Hong Lu pouted and even pointed at Yi Fan. This time, she didn't hide anything and directly targeted him. Right, this kind of person is too despicable. He secretly kills his competitors and is narrow-minded. If he is allowed to live, who knows how many more people will be harmed. We should eliminate him together. The others at this table agreed. Many people in the imperial court revealed strange expressions. They looked towards Yi Fan and the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others. They all began to whisper among themselves. A group of things that don't know life from death. Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and swept his eyes over in that direction. His gaze was indifferent and emotionless. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely quiet. This was a conflict that couldn't be resolved. Even if they didn't fight now, there would definitely be a bitter battle in the training field tomorrow. Who are you talking about? There were people standing at the middle-aged Daoist nun's side. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 of them at once. They looked over coldly and used their power to oppress others. It was as if they wanted to massacre this place. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would be cold and mocking, but they never expected him to be so direct. I am talking about you flies and dogs. Who do you think you are? Just a despicable person that can't see the light. Do you dare fight against me? I will take your head within 100 moves. One person stepped out and spoke sinisterly. It was clear that this was just a spear that stuck out to test and provoke Yi Fan. The assassination has nothing to do with me. If you insist on splashing dirty water on me, I don't mind acting as a killing saint. Yi Fan gave him a look of disdain and said, also, if you want to fight against me, you are still not worthy. Why would I need 100 moves? A single blade is enough to cut you down. When Yi Fan spoke these words, each and every word was resounding and ear-splitting. There was a wave of tyrannical blood energy that covered the sky and covered the earth. This person's face became snow-white, as if he saw a rain of blood pouring down on the world. You! His heart was stifled with discomfort. He kicked away his chair and couldn't help but walk out. He actually wanted to brandish his sword at Yi Fan. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed past. Yi Fan's back was facing him. Without even turning his head, he spilled a cup of wine and sent him flying with a pang sound. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and he fell straight into a corner as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Many people's expressions changed. It was just a cup of wine, yet he sent an expert flying. His methods were astonishing and made many cultivators feel restraining fear. You are truly domineering and domineering. Making a big fuss in the human race's #1 city and ignoring the city's rules is one thing. With such actions, you are arrogant and egotistical. Do you want to become enemies with all cultivators? The middle-aged Daoist nun sneered. This is clearly a grudge between you and me, so why drag in so many innocent people? Slandering me as the killing saint and inciting so many people to deal with me, don't you think it's despicable? Yi Fan looked at her, his eyes deep with divine light. Every word he spoke was like a sword cry, shaking everyone's ears until wang wang sounds rang out. Do everything you can to invite people. Tomorrow, no matter how many people come, I will receive them all. If you use dark tricks, I will cut them down with a sword of light. This was Yi Fan's killing intent. In the end, it was nothing more than a battle. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely cold, the coldness penetrating into the bone. Both sides were ready to fight, and it seemed like a great battle was about to break out even before entering the training grounds. Suddenly, cries of alarm sounded. Savage beasts roared as if something abnormal had happened. A few cultivators rode on strange birds and ancient beasts into the city, so there were naturally places outside the imperial court to take care of these mounts. Right now, a great chaos had broken out. The roars of savage beasts transmitted over. The sound was extremely loud, making the expressions of many people at the middle-aged Daoist nuns' table change. They stood up and rushed outside. Outside the imperial court, it was a mess. Shouts could be heard. Whose horse is this, acting so viciously here? A flustered and exasperated voice transmitted over. Yi Fan and Rui Wei gave each other a look, and then they walked out. They saw that the place where mounts were taken care of was in an excessively chaotic state. Birds and beasts roared continuously. This one doesn't eat grass and only eats meat. It was these two beasts that provoked me, so I had no choice but to roast them. Longma's arrogant voice transmitted over. The middle-aged Daoist nun, Lan Feng, Hong Lu, and the others all had cold expressions. Two of them even had ashen faces. Their mounts were on the verge of death, currently being roasted over a fire. The imperial court's master had a bitter expression. He brought over some spiritual herbs, but in the end, Longma completely ignored them. On the side, a peacock and a golden hoe ridiculed him, their words harsh and rather disrespectful. It was because they knew that their master was going to target the scarlet-scaled horse's master. The result was extremely lamentable. Longma was just a hooligan. He kicked them 3 times on the spot, kicking the powerful peacock and golden hoe until their eyes rolled back and they fainted. He directly plucked out all of their feathers and used scarlet flames to refine them. At this moment, the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. What is going on? How can a horse be so unbridled? The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others questioned coldly. What are you looking at? You're just making a fuss out of ignorance. Have you never seen such a handsome, meat-eating horse before? Longma choked. Chapter 1248. The master of the peacock and the master of the golden hoe were so angry that their bodies were trembling. The veins on their foreheads were throbbing non-stop. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Evil creature. One of them scolded angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long copper gourd. It was translucent and flickering, and the gourd pulled itself out. The mouth of the gourd swallowed the heaven and earth, wanting to suck in Longma and turn it into pus and blood. You want to bully me? Longma glared. One of its front hooves touched the ground, and its entire body spun sideways like a human performing a sweeping kick. Everyone's eyes widened. One of the dragon horse's hind hooves had stepped on the purple copper gourd, and the other had imprinted itself on the man's chest, sending him flying. Everyone was stupefied. No one could stop a vicious beast that knew martial arts. This huge scarlet horse's moves were very unconventional. It didn't transform into human form, nor did it use any divine abilities. It directly sent an expert flying with a kick, which made everyone raise their eyebrows. On the side, the master of the golden hoe also made his move. One of his arms turned into a divine sword, and it was very strange for a human to transform into a battle weapon. Dang! Longma was very fierce. It stood up on its hind legs, and one of its hooves pressed down on the brilliant sword while the other stomped towards the man's forehead. Everyone felt dizzy. When other vicious beasts displayed their might, lightning and flames would come out at the same time, creating a great commotion. Why did this strange horse flickering with scarlet multicolored light like to fight hand to hand? It was like a fight between hoodlums. The master of the Golden Hoe retreated as fast as a ghost, but Longma was even faster. It didn't lower its upright body, and its two hind legs touched the ground. It was like a divine scarlet lightning, so fast that no one could react. Everyone was completely dizzy. This horse couldn't be measured with common sense. This was the Xing word formula Longma learned from Yifan. It had fought for 10 years on the most difficult ancient path in the starry sky, and it had developed it to the acme of perfection. It didn't care about transforming into human form, and just this body alone could reach a terrifying level. Naturally, it caught up to that man in an instant, and its two front hooves slammed down together. The face of the golden swan knee's owner turned green. A pair of huge hoof prints descended on his face. It was difficult to dodge, so he had no choice but to take it head-on. With two crisp cracking sounds, both of his arms were broken. At the same time, his chest suffered a blow from the horse's hoof, caving in deeply. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. A peerless beast. What kind of horse is this? Don't tell me it's a divine beast with the blood of a celestial? Everyone was stupefied. This horse was too fierce. They came from different ancient star domains, and not many people knew that this was a Longma that was born from the other side of the starry sky. The itinerant monk from the Amitabha star area stared at Longma for a while. The scar on his face glowed. In addition, the young master in the brocade gown, who was said to be from the human king's ancient star region, also stared at Longma for a while and didn't say anything. Yifan noticed that there were a total of 8 or 9 people who revealed strange expressions. They were all experts who had dominated their own table just now. They seemed to have recognized something. The owner of the peacock attacked from behind without making a sound. He turned into a wisp of shadow, but right at this time, Longma's front hooves landed on the ground. Its hind legs fiercely kicked back, and the kacha sound made everyone's teeth ache. This person released a pained groan. His chest caved in like a dead fish falling to the ground. You dare to act violently in the city? The middle-aged Daoist nun shouted coldly. Cold light shot out from her eyes as she stared at Yifan. She shouted into the distance, summoning the soldiers. She wanted to borrow their power to kill Yifan. Everyone, please calm down. Please give this old man some face. Can we turn hostility into friendship? The master of the imperial court was anxious and came up to persuade them. No, he broke the city's rules and should be punished severely. He should be killed on the spot. Hong Lu raised her voice and wanted to blow things up. What a joke. It was originally a battle between mounts, but in the end, as humans, you all had to interfere. My horse had no choice but to defend itself. Yifan said. Many people could tell what was going on. They didn't think much of it at first, but why did it sound worse the more they tasted it? What are you saying? The owner of the peacock said angrily. He rubbed his fractured chest, and half of his body was covered in blood. What are you saying now? You want to reason with me? Then go talk to my horse. Yifan said. These people's faces immediately became ice cold. Their eyes were incomparably gloomy. This was clearly a humiliation. He said that they tangled with a horse and fought with it. Wasn't this putting them in the same category as mounts? Longma raised its enormous head and said, this one was defending itself, and I already showed mercy. Otherwise, you all would have long been smashed into 8 pieces. Motherf *Ker, a horse was defending itself and almost kicked 2 people to death. This was just too good at listening. The group of people on the other side all wanted to eat it alive. This storm didn't start. Even though the middle-aged Daoist nun was sinister and sent people to report, wanting to use this to kill Yifan, it was to no avail. In the end, this storm was caused by Longma. It wasn't realistic to implicate Yifan and get rid of him. Moreover, the master of the heavenly imperial court was familiar with the 2 soldiers. After a bit of explanation and mediation, the matter was over. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others left. They really couldn't stay any longer. That horse kept on crying out. It was defending itself, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Their faces were burning hot. Even though this ancient city towered in the starry sky and not on land, it still had day and night. It faced the cosmos and was extremely magnificent. In the evening, starlight poured down like a waterfall, scattering the setting sun. The scenery was greatly different from that of the Life Star. The training field will open tomorrow. Everyone, make your preparations. Finally, the official news was passed down. Every cultivator on the ancient path of the stars felt their hearts tremble. It was finally going to begin. Yi Fan frowned. Some people already knew about this before the official news. It seemed that no matter where it was, there would always be injustice. Before the last faint sunset, Rui Wei found him and brought him a piece of unfavorable news. That Daoist nun repeatedly went out today to persuade everyone that you are the Saint Killer. She wants to eliminate you in the training field. Then I can only say that she's tired of living. Yi Fan said calmly. She really managed to convince a group of cultivators. There are more than 20 of them. If that terrifying Mount Junwei were to take action, I believe that with his terrifying prestige, there will definitely be more people joining in. There are a few muddle-headed people on the ancient path of the stars. They know very well whether I'm an assassin or not. If they really take action against me, then it can only mean that they want to use this opportunity to eliminate me. This is also good. They can attract those who are hostile to me earlier and kill them all. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She was worried for him. Those were all people who had walked on the path of the training. They were all heroes of their regions. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, could he stop a pack of wolves devouring a tiger? This night was very peaceful. All the people from the foreign lands were meditating, adjusting their state of mind in this strange ancient city. They were all waiting for the gate of the training to open. At the break of dawn, a bugle horn sounded. It was boundless and distant, as if it came from ancient times. It sounded like the cry of the ancestors of the ancient human race. Everyone stood up and silently gathered at the plaza in the center of the city. It was a dense mass of people. On the high platform, the envoy appeared again. His figure was still blurry, and the space where he stood was distorted. It was very unreal. Only a pair of eyes were as bright as golden lamps, and could pierce the eyes of others. This is the bugle horn used by the ancestors of the human race when they first opened up the cosmos. All of you, listen carefully. This was the first time the envoy was this strict. That ancient bugle horn was still sounding. A desolate aura surged. It was as if they arrived in an incomparably vile primitive world where vicious birds and ferocious beasts ran amok. The bugle horn stopped. The envoy said, "There is only one goal for entering the training field today, and that is to obtain that world's great Tao profound mysteries. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then stop here." He still didn't say much. He disappeared from the stone platform, not willing to speak a single word, not wanting to explain anything for everyone. Even if these people were dissatisfied, they couldn't complain. If they angered the city lord, they might not be able to leave this place. I will lead you all on your way. Follow me. A heavenly wolf appeared. A male sat on it, dressed in iron clothes. He was quite heroic, and there was a bit of white at his temples. This was the commander of the city guards, an ancient saint who was only a hair away from becoming a saint king. He was one of the 3 great experts under the envoy. 20 soldiers followed behind him. Their armor was simple and unadorned, their iron clothes cold. They each held a halberd, iron dagger axe, and other weapons. These were all failures. They had previously walked very far on the ancient starry sky path and passed through who knew how many trials, but in the end, they were defeated under the hands of the unrivaled heroes of their generation. All of them were extremely serious. They were going to send everyone on their way together with the commander into the training field. A streak of lightning streaked past. The void split apart, and a special altar appeared above the plaza. It was incomparably large, and it wasn't crowded even after everyone stood on it. None of the trial takers said anything. The commander chanted an ancient syllable, actually using an incantation to activate this transportation formation. Hong! An enormous beam of light shot out, piercing through the cosmos and tearing open a wide spatial passage that led to the unknown shore. Let's go. The great commander, who was as heroic as a heavenly general, urged the heavenly wolf. He was the first to enter the spatial passage. More than 400 cultivators followed closely behind, and the last 20 soldiers held the line. This was a special ancient path. It was unknown which star domain it led to. Everyone felt that time had become chaotic. It was as if 100 years had passed in an instant, as if the ages had passed in a hurry. Occasionally, the walls of the passage would become transparent. They could see star domains being left behind one after another. They had passed through the cosmos and arrived at an extremely distant place. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was shaken. They rushed out of the passage and arrived at the ice-cold cosmos. They had reached the end. Starlight flickered, pure and holy like water. It was unknown how many light years they were away from the number one human city and how many great star domains they were separated by. Someone cried out in alarm. There was a huge island in front of them. It wasn't a celestial body, nor was it a meteorite, but rather a mysterious giant island. It was even more majestic than an ancient star. There was an aura of endless vicissitudes. It was unknown how many great calamities it had experienced. It lay here, leaving behind endless legends for later generations. This island was the place where the ancestors of the human race had once fought a bloody battle. It is unknown how many supreme experts have fallen here. Among them, there are a few. Forget it, after you all enter, it is enough as long as you experience the unchanging great Tao. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then there is no need to continue on your way. It was clear that this was an ancient island with a story. It was rumored that it originated from the mythological era. After endless vicissitudes, only fragmented legends remained. Its shape was extremely irregular, greatly different from the celestial bodies in the cosmos. It shouldn't have existed at all, yet it had never been destroyed and existed until now. A few cold gazes swept over, making one feel a chill run down their backs. Yi Fan turned around and saw the middle-aged Daoist nun, Hong Lu, Lu Feng, and the others. There were 20 to 30 people gathered together. Even further away, the 13 heavenly wasteland mounts were also watching coldly, all of them revealing killing intent. After entering the giant island, a battle was unavoidable. Chapter 1249. The mysterious ancient island narrated the vicissitudes of time. The years were like blades, engraving mottled ancient scars on its surface. Within the ice-cold cosmos, starlight scattered down. More than 430 trial takers followed the great commander of the human race's number one city to the shore of the giant island. The trial field is about to open, and the path that belongs to all of you will be unveiled. Whether or not a stunning great emperor will appear, we will wait and see in the future. The great commander said. The heavenly wolf sitting down was enormous. Its eyes flickered with cold light as it gazed at the first trial of the ancient starry sky path, St. Fall Island. It seemed to have sensed something. Ow-ho! An enormous roar sounded. This was a spiritual fluctuation that was tyrannical like the ocean and surging like a tide. It came from the desolate mountains on the island, and it was clear that there was an exceptional savage beast. Many people's expressions changed. There might be a holy beast on this island, and it wasn't as simple as comprehending the great Tao. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might become food for a vicious beast. St. Fall Island was large enough. The great commander explained to everyone that the outer area was divided into 49 regions. If the central forbidden area was added, then there would be 50 regions. The great commander warned, the central forbidden area is a field of death. For most of you, the existence there is unrivaled. If you want to live longer, then do not challenge those of a higher realm. There was a mysterious barrier between the 49 regions that was difficult to break. Once one chose a region and entered, it would be difficult to cross over. Otherwise, if one broke through the barrier, they would have to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene shackles. Everyone listened quietly. This should be a restriction set up to protect the cultivators, preventing them from killing each other. This meant that they couldn't cross over to fight. With 1,000,000 gene of shackles on your body, if you encounter an expert of the same realm, you will undoubtedly die. This type of forceful measure is quite effective. In reality, many people might not be able to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene. Their bodies might be directly crushed, turning into broken bones and bloody paste. Of the 437 people, 3 had already died. They would separately enter from the 49 ancient paths, so there was clearly enough to distribute. There were less than 10 people in each region. Most people didn't move and chose to watch from the sidelines, fearing that a few powerful competitors would join forces and kill them. This wasn't impossible. During these past few days, a few people had formed alliances, forming a few terrifying small teams. Their strength far surpassed individual combat strength. They were all people who had walked on the ancient path of the starry sky, and all of them were the overlords of their respective regions. None of them were much worse than the others. Of course, there were some exceptions for those who came from ancient star regions. A figure flickered, and the embroidered clothed young master moved. He came from the human king ancient star domain, and his name was Tuobayu. His cultivation was profound, and even now, no one could see through his depths. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the 5th region. At the same time, Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Umatba star field also moved. He chanted Buddhist chants and charged into the 15th region. It was impossible for the two of them to encounter each other. Crossing one realm would result in shackles weighing 1,000,000 kilograms, crossing 2 realms would result in shackles weighing 2,000,000 kilograms, and so on and so forth. The two of them were separated by 10 zones. If they were to encounter each other, one of them would definitely suffer a great loss. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, melodious and pleasing to the ears. A woman with a graceful figure, snow-white arms, long and slender legs, soft and glossy black hair, sparkling and translucent jade-like skin, a sweet appearance, and large eyes walked out from the crowd. There were glossy bells on her wrists and ankles. They jingled, clear and pleasant to the ears, and complemented her snow-white and exquisite body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a smile that could topple cities. Her steps were graceful, and with a confident smile, she stepped into the entrance of the 4th region. Her figure disappeared. Everyone's hearts jumped. This peerlessly beautiful and sweet-looking young lady was right next to the embroidered clothed young master of the human king ancient star domain, Tuobayu. Could it be that she wanted to cross realms? Her name is Yuxian, and she comes from the Yuhua ancient star domain. Her strength is unknown, and I haven't seen her fight before. Someone whispered, revealing her origins. This made Yi Fan's heart move. What relationship did the ancient Yuhua star domain have with the Yuhua god dynasty? Silently, a tall figure walked out from the crowd. He didn't look young, and crow's feet had already appeared at the corners of his eyes. His hair was grizzled. Although he wasn't young anymore, he didn't feel old at all. Instead, he looked very valiant. His steps were like dragons and tigers, and his eyes were like blades. He was as terrifying as a demonic god. His cultivation was world-shaking. A supreme great Tao spread out from under his feet, extending to the farthest 49th region. Boom! He took a step forward, and heaven and earth resonated. All Daoists trembled, and true dragons and immortal phoenixes appeared. It was as if there were 3,000 demonic gods chanting sutras, emitting a monstrous demonic might. This person was tall, and his temples were grizzled. His eyes were deep, and he had an aura of supremacy. It was as if a demon lord was on a journey. He entered the ancient path of the 49th region and casually threw out a seal to block the ancient path, not allowing others to enter. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This demonic figure was extremely domineering, and he didn't want anyone to be in the same region as him. He cultivates a supreme demonic art, but in reality, he is only 100 years old. In this realm, he can still be considered young, but his appearance is so ancient. Clearly, he has experienced countless dangers. This person is called Oyemo. I only know his name, but I don't know which star domain he came from. There's no need to think too much. He's definitely extremely terrifying. The fifth person to move out was a woman. She was as beautiful as the bright moon and as holy as a deity. She was like the reincarnation of a fairy. She couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, but she possessed an otherworldly temperament. She was extremely cold. Although there was a moon disk-like divine ring surrounding her body, she seemed to not belong to the mortal world. She kept people at a distance of 1,000 li, and no one dared to approach her. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, this kind of coldness and special temperament made her the focal point of everyone's eyes. It was impossible for people to not notice her. It was as if she was the goddess of the moon in an icy palace. The moonlight was like water as it curled around her body. She entered the first region's ancient path and directly flew in. Everyone's expression changed. She actually chose the first region without any misgivings and became the focal point of everyone's attention. What does entering the first region mean? Does she have the unparalleled strength to dominate the 400 or so people? Although the ranking of the 49th region doesn't mean anything, most people will still avoid the first region. She is truly confident. Many people were shocked. There were many corpses on the great emperor's path. The struggle between unparalleled heroes was naturally cruel, but it wasn't necessary to fight for everything. This didn't mean that one could dominate the world, and knowing when to give up was also a necessity. Her name is Mu Guanghan. Rumor has it that she came from an extremely ancient star domain. However, as for where exactly, no one knows. Next, the most powerful 8 or 9 seed level experts all entered the St. Fall Island one after another. Every one of them took a different path, and they didn't repeat the ones before them. These people should have all become saints. The pressure in many people's hearts multiplied, especially those cultivators who were preparing to break through on the ancient path. They were even more silent. There were some ancient secrets passed down in their star domain, and it was said that breaking through on the ancient path and increasing one's strength would bring great benefits in the future. As a result, many people suppressed their strength and came. They currently didn't have an advantage. People chose their entrances one after another. Almost no one followed the path chosen by the 10 or so people in front. They didn't want to clash with them too early. After all, the trial this time was to comprehend the Great Path, not to fight for supremacy. Compared to the desolate areas of Tuobayu in the Human King Ancient Star Domain, Ku Tuchuo in the Amitba Ancient Star Domain, Yuxian in the Feather Transformation Ancient Star Domain, Oyemo, Mu Guanghan, and the others, Yifan's area was completely different. He was also eye-catching because as soon as he appeared, there were 20 or 30 people following him. The area he stood in was the most lively. I advise you not to enter. Otherwise, something unpleasant might happen. Blue Maple, whose blue robes fluttered in the wind and had an extraordinary aura, said plainly. The middle-aged Taoist nun also smiled coldly. She stood in the cold universe with a horsetail whisk in her hand. Her pretty face was filled with endless killing intent. Some people are arrogant and despotic. They won't listen to your advice. Perhaps only a bloody scene can make them realize what reality is. Hong Lu, who was wearing a fiery red battle suit, mocked. There were a total of 23 people in their group. All of them were experts who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. They were all heroes of their regions and looked down on their respective star domains. With such strength gathered together, it was natural for people to be fearful and change their expressions. Every one of them wore a cold smile. They were all heroes who couldn't be provoked. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Yifan together. A cold chill and merciless killing intent filled the air. The 23 of them stood side by side like a group of killing gods descending to the mortal world, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change. Yifan indifferently moved forward. He first stopped at the entrance of the 33rd area and then went to the entrance of the 36th area. The Taoists had different sayings. There were 33 layers of heaven and 36 layers of heaven. He looked around for a long time and finally chose the 36th area. You really dare to enter the trial field? The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled coldly. No matter which area you choose, the result will be the same. Choose a better grave. Another person mocked. The faces of the remaining 200 to 300 cultivators froze as they turned their gazes over. With the 23 of them working together, they were definitely a formidable force. They could even kill ancient sages with ease. This was clearly a humiliation. With so many people working together to suppress Yifan's people, how could they still fight? It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. What, are you hesitating? If I were you, I would immediately turn around and leave. I would withdraw from the trial of the strongest and never come back, Lou Maple said indifferently. It's impossible to leave. If you want to live, then cut off your dignity and give us a reason to forgive you. Hong Lu sneered. If you want to die, then all of you can come with me. Yifan only said these words. He didn't even look at them and directly walked into the 36th area. When these words were spoken, many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. He would rather break than bend. Was he really going to fight 20 people alone? This was definitely the first shocking slaughter and bloody battle in the trial field. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this cultivator named Yifan was destined to be remembered by everyone. Great Commander, aren't these people a bit too much? More than 20 people attacking a single person. His chances of survival are extremely slim. It's a bit unfair, a soldier said. He had experienced these trials and deeply understood the cruelty of these trials. They were all walking on the path of the strongest, so who would be much weaker than the other? We won't interfere. The great commander riding on the heavenly wolf said with a cold expression. Yifan walked into the 36th area and stopped after taking a dozen or so steps. He stood on a bluestone with his back facing everyone like a demonic god. Wu, do you want to go back on your word? Unfortunately, you can't leave and can only die here. A person who was in a hurry laughed coldly. Shut up. The golden blood energy around Yifan's body overflowed into the heavens. He suddenly turned around and punched out. With a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere and bone fragments flew in all directions. A bloody mist rose into the sky. A golden fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. In an instant, it killed the person who had just spoken, killing him on the spot. Chapter 1250. One punch. With just one punch, Yifan blew up the one who spoke rudely. Bloody mist scattered, and this person was torn to pieces, shattering into pieces within the mountain region. He impatiently rushed in first, but as soon as he provoked, he was smashed into pieces by Yifan's golden fist. Even in death, he couldn't believe it. That kind of fear accompanied him until the end of his life. In the final moment, he was filled with regret. Unfortunately, time couldn't be rewound. His life imprint completely dimmed and disappeared. Blood dyed the weeds red, and bone fragments fell between the withered leaves. The bloody scene was shocking. Yifan didn't pay it any attention. He turned around and stared at the distant mountain ridge. As soon as he entered, he sensed a dangerous aura, as if there was a powerful creature spying on him in the dark. With a hurried glance, he only saw a pair of green eyes moving into the distance. That was why he stood on the bluestone with his back facing the entrance without moving. He was watching a terrifying creature from afar. The horse's hooves shook the sky. Longma's entire body surged with scarlet flames. He turned into a streak of divine lightning and rushed back. He revealed a serious expression and said, "There really was a monster." With a flash of green light, it traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. I didn't chase after it. Yifan thought about it, and then he walked towards the depths of St. Fall Island. It was impossible for everything to go smoothly after entering this mysterious ancient island. It wouldn't be strange if something strange happened. This was an island filled with a desolate aura. It was even larger than a continent and floated in the ice-cold cosmos, eternal and inextinguishable. Even an ancient life star wouldn't necessarily have such a vast area. Even though it was divided into 50 regions, each region was still vast enough. Majestic ancient peaks and tall mountain ridges were like demons standing between heaven and earth. They lay in front of him, and towering old trees took root in the earth layer, exuberant with vitality. Many ancient vines intertwined, and every one of them was as thick as a water tank. It was unknown how many years they had been growing for. They were like dragons coiling around the giant mountains and hanging down from the tens of thousands of zhang tall cliffs. The wild ape roared. It was clearly a desolate ancient species. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, its hair several feet long, and it was several dozen zhang tall. It leapt from an enormous mountain top to another majestic ancient mountain, its roar splitting the heavens. This was a barbaric world that preserved the most primitive style. There were many ancient medicines here, and it wasn't strange for them to be several thousand years old. There were even some that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The cries of apes and roars of tigers resounded in the mountain range. It was a scene from prehistoric times. As Yifan left, a commotion broke out behind him. The people behind him entered and immediately discovered the bloody mist and shattered bones. Their expressions all changed. This was a strange ancient path. Before entering, it was impossible to see the scene at the other end. No one saw the scene of Yifan smashing this person to pieces with his fist. He's really vicious and merciless. He didn't hesitate at all and killed without hesitation. He killed a fellow cultivator in such a short period of time. His combat strength cannot be underestimated. Everyone, you must be careful. The middle-aged Daoist nun walked in with a gloomy face. She warned everyone that in order to avoid being ambushed by Yifan, they had to stick together. Hong Lu nodded and said, "That's right. This person is sinister and ruthless. He will definitely kill us, so we must be careful. However, with so many people walking together, he will still die no matter how powerful he is." In reality, Yifan didn't pay any attention to everything behind him. He didn't have any plans to ambush them and directly entered the depths of the trial grounds. His mind was clear as he comprehended the great Tao of this place. Outside of St. Fall Island, within the dark cosmos, a group of cultivators were all moved. More than 20 experts had entered, and no one believed that Yifan could safely pass this trial. In the distance, the 12th of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland was about to urge his mount to follow, but he was stopped by the second in command on the Azure Dragon. "So many people have entered. What's the point of joining in the fun? We can calmly wait for the bloody result. No matter which side wins, it won't be bad." The leader, who was sitting on top of the Holy Wolf, nodded indifferently. His upper body was bare, and his wheat-colored body was as sturdy as bronze. A group of people carried powerful killing intent as they directly charged into the 42nd region. No one was willing to provoke them. They were too powerful, and their battle intent overflowed into the heavens like a tsunami beating against the shore. "Mount Junwei Lord, which region are we going to?" Someone in front of St. Fall Island asked. Mount Junwei Lord was a powerful seed, but he didn't choose first. He waited until everyone had entered, and only 4 people were left by his side. "Let's wait a bit longer." He was born with a pair of purple eyes and wore a Chilan robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and he was extremely heroic. He had the aura of the ancient great sage. In the 36th region, a wolf eagle soared through the sky. Its wings were over 100 zhang long. It had the head of an azure wolf and the body of an eagle. Then, it quickly swooped down into a valley and grabbed a mammoth that was over 10 meters long. It tore through the sky, and blood rained down. It swallowed it in a few bites. Blood dripped everywhere. This was a prehistoric scene where the strong preyed on the weak. Yifan didn't ride on llama, but instead walked to measure this great earth. He moved along St. Fall Island, seizing the Tao traces that had existed since the ancient times. An expanse of parasol trees surrounded by raging flames stood in front of him. They took root within the volcanoes, green flames jumping about. It was quite different from what he normally saw. This is the ancient parasol tree where the phoenix bird descendant resides. Who would have thought that there would be such a large expanse here? There shouldn't be a sacred bird here, right? Longma gazed into the distance. Volcanoes appeared one after another, connecting into an expanse. Flames surged, but those giant green trees were flourishing, not withering away. Their leaves were brilliant, producing irregular scenes. Hong! A terrifying aura assaulted everyone's faces, and a majestic holy might rushed out from the ancient parasol forest. Green flames soared into the sky, and a giant green bird stood on top of an old parasol tree that was several thousand zhang tall. Its green eyes were terrifying to the soul. So it was that one. Longma cried out. When they entered St. Fall Island, they had previously discovered that they were being spied on. It was precisely this green one, a descendant of the phoenix bird, a powerful ancient saint. Another phoenix cry sounded, shaking the ancient land, tearing apart the heavens. Not far away, on an even taller ancient tree, another green one carried hostility as it stared at them. On that ancient branch, there was an ancient nest with green flames jumping about, the aura of life spreading from within. For little green one that were full of spiritual essence were currently peeking outwards, their eyes blinking, appearing intelligent and cute. The two ancient sacred level green one gave birth to 4 little creatures, protecting this place. They were extremely nervous, sensing the terrifying blood energy within Yifan's body that was like a sea. I bear no malice, nor do I wish to disturb you all. Yifan spoke, bringing Longma with him as they moved past, not breaking the peace of this place. In the end, he chose an enormous mountain, not a single blade of grass growing on the mountaintop, only a piece of limestone. This was originally a 9-aperture stone being, but it was pierced through by a sword, not allowed to grow and emerge into the world. This sword, at the very least, it was done by the great sage. Yifan released a light sigh. The sword scar was extremely ancient, existing for at least 1,000,000 years. However, there was still cold killing intent seeping out, not scattering this entire time. In the end, Yifan sat on the mountaintop, comprehending a type of unchanging Tao between heaven and earth, starting this time's trial. Longma also stood on the side, gazing into the boundless great earth, drawing upon the natural order of heaven and earth to carry out cultivation. You really are unflustered. Your life is already in danger, yet you are still sitting here, wishing to complete the trial? Keep dreaming. A cold voice sounded. 22 people appeared on the enormous mountain on the other side. That mountain towered into the clouds, extremely majestic. There was a boundless white waterfall that poured down, the scene extraordinary. Yifan opened his eyes, and like 2 streaks of lightning, he didn't pay them any attention, closing his eyes again. The ancient medicine fragrance wafted through the cracks of the cliff, making his body and mind become tranquil. Everyone, do you all see? How arrogant and conceited is he? Does he really think he is an unmatched expert? How laughable. Oh, I really don't like him. Has everyone decided how to kill him? 22 people surrounded this place, flying towards different mountain peaks. All of them were suffused with killing intent, and their eyes were cold, ready to attack at any time. I have no enmity with you all, yet you are forcing me like this. It's hard to even say I will forgive you all. Yifan stood up. The middle-aged nun's eyes were malicious. You slaughtered my mount, yet you say there is no enmity? There is no way to be friendly today. Kill your own mount first, and I might give you a dignified death. Give him a dignified death? Definitely not. The girl in red shook her head and sneered. Her waist was as slender as a willow, soft and boneless. Her name was Hong Lu, just like her name, and she sneered. With so many people here, wouldn't it be too easy to kill him directly? I was just saying. How could I kill him with one sword? The middle-aged nun smiled cruelly. The group of people pressed forward. All types of flowing light could be faintly seen, and a few powerful divine artifacts were reviving. They came from different ancient star regions, and their names shook their respective starry skies. They naturally all had world-shaking secret weapons. The heavenly demonic umbrella that covered the sky dome, the war god whip that was several li long, the mountainous heaven-overturning imprint, the enormous blood-colored sword that tore apart the heavens, they were all dazzling and full of killing intent. It had to be said that this was a group of terrifying cultivators that could kill several saints. When they worked together, it was difficult to stop them. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit that you are a killing saint, beg for our forgiveness, and then sever your own cultivation. Then, we can let you leave with your life. Don't ever vainly think about treading the ancient path of the most powerful. Lan Feng calmly said. His blue clothes fluttered about, making him seem otherworldly, releasing a bit of immortal energy. The middle-aged nun laughed, continuously nodding her head in a cruel manner. Have you all finished saying your last words? Yi Fan calmly asked. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. Even after such humiliation, the other party's heart was still like still water, making their hearts go cold. They weren't able to disturb the other party's state of mind, but instead made them feel a bit uneasy. Dragon Ancestor has already endured you all for a long time. All of you can just roll over and accept your heads. Longma roared angrily. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak, not hiding anything at all. He released his powerful battle intent, immediately surging like a great sea, sweeping through the boundless great earth. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, eyes like cold lightning. Even though he was standing there alone, there was a type of aura that devoured 10,000 li, divine appearance unmatched, overlooking the world. Kill. These people sensed that things weren't good, taking action together. The heavenly demonic umbrella covered the sky, heaven overturning imprint smashed into the great earth, all types of holy artifacts flew about, terrifying to the heavens. The most terrifying thing was that there were a few forbidden artifacts that exploded, definitely enough to destroy several ancient saints. These were vicious great killing weapons. In that instant, everything within a range of 1,000 li was flattened, the great earth sinking several thousand zhang. Not a single blade of grass grew in this region, all of the mountain ranges disappearing. This was a saint-tier forbidden weapon that was specially made to kill ancient saints. These people had brought it with them to the starry sky ancient path to deal with supreme experts. Now that they had taken it out at the first moment, it was clear how determined they were to kill Yi Fan. If it was anyone else, even if it was an ancient saint that had cultivated for many years, they would undoubtedly die, because they couldn't avoid it. Who could be faster than the radiance of a holy artifact's explosion? Yi Fan was an anomaly. He was faster than the holy artifact's fragments, and not even the holy light could hit him. He cultivated the rose symbol art to perfection, and in that short instant, time seemed to have frozen. He brought Longma with him, and with a flash, he arrived 1,000 li away. He stood quietly on a mountain peak, watching everything coldly. These people were extremely ruthless. A total of 5 holy-grade forbidden artifacts exploded, and killing any ancient prince wouldn't be a problem. Those who could contend for supremacy on the Emperor's path could only nurse a grievance if they were hit. If not for the exceptional great formation laid down on St. Fall Island, the shockwaves would definitely be even greater, completely penetrating the island and splitting it into pieces. He actually didn't die, he's over there. Everyone turned around, and when they saw Yi Fan, their hearts immediately sank, and a wave of fear emerged. Longma shouted angrily, "Bastards, all of you are going to die. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? 10 years of bloody battles, 10 years of conquest, if it wasn't because I wanted to obtain enough benefits on the path of the strongest, I would have long become a saint." It turned into a streak of scarlet light and rushed over. To be able to walk this path, who is ordinary? You aren't the only one who is an anomaly. The middle-aged Daoist nun said coldly. Everyone, work together and kill them. The blue-clothed male shouted coldly. Hong. Yi Fan moved later, but arrived first. He was even faster than Longma. He turned into a golden divine will, and with heaven overflowing blood energy, he smashed over. His attack was simple and direct. A golden fist with vast and mighty divine might swept out for 3,000 li hurricanes engulfed the earth, and the great mountains within 1,000 li were all sent flying. Pooh! The body of the person at the very front split open, and then it collapsed. Even his magical treasure exploded into a bloody mist, penetrated by that golden fist. Hong Long. When Yi Fan raised his hand, the sound of mountains collapsing and seas roaring could be heard. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a war god, matchless and matchless. He continuously brandished 6 fists. This was the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnations. In that instant, another 6 people exploded. Bloody mists pervaded the air. Even the 2 terrifying holy artifacts were shattered. Holy light surged, terrifying beyond compare. Is he still human? He, barehandedly destroyed the holy artifacts. Some people were alarmed, and even their souls were trembling. Leave a few for me. Longma shouted loudly. Go and kill all of their mounts. Don't let a single one escape. Yi Fan said. Wang. Hong Lu's sky-flipping imprint descended. This was an outstanding and well-known magical treasure. Even though it wasn't the precious imprint of the past quasi-emperor level figure, it could still shatter the sun and moon. However, Yi Fan's battle intent overflowed into the heavens. Golden light shone brilliantly from his entire body, covering the sun, moon, and rivers of stars. He was like a deity that descended into this world. A palm slapped towards the sky, sending the sky-flipping imprint flying. Streak after streak of cracks appeared on its surface. Who exactly did we provoke? Hong Lu's heart trembled. This was the first time she regretted her decision. This person was too terrifying. Pooh! Yi Fan's palm streaked past. The lower half of Hong Lu's body immediately turned into a bloody mist, completely shattering. She screamed miserably as the upper half of her body flew out. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of fear. However, the golden battle intent overflowed into the heavens. That shockwave cleanly melted everything below her neck into a bloody paste. Only her head flew out diagonally. Save me. She was so scared that her soul was about to leave her body. All of the middle-aged Daoist nun's fine hairs stood on end. She caught that head in her hands. Her face was pale. This was simply a death god. She provoked a devil king that she shouldn't have provoked. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. His golden battle intent surged, and his aura swallowed 10,000 li. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The swastika word vibrated outwards. Several experts in front of him collapsed one after another. Bloody mist scattered, and the mountain peaks 1,000 li out were all turned into dust. Chapter 1251. Mountains and rivers collapsed with a single roar. The mountains and valleys were all turned into dust, destroyed like paper. How were they supposed to fight like this? Yi Fan was like a demonic lord that crossed realms, roaring through several experts until they exploded. Blood flowed everywhere, a ghastly sight. His hair flew about chaotically, golden battle intent overflowing into the heavens. He towered in the heavens, unmatched. Demonic god. These people cried out inwardly. Their legs were trembling, and their faces were snow-white. They felt a wave of powerlessness, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They had never felt such fear before. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, and bloody bone fragments flew out. Yi Fan's black hair fell down like a waterfall. His eyes released cold lightning, and his golden fist blasted another person into a bloody mist. He was powerful and intimidating. Just a single fist was enough to blast a cultivator who entered the training field into pieces, wiping out both body and spirit. The slaughter continued. Yi Fan was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that charged into a pack of wolves. With a raise of his hand, there would always be people killed. A rain of blood scattered down, and crushed bones flew everywhere. It was as if the gates of hell were opened. These people trembled in fear. They cried out in alarm, and all of them fled in defeat. Now, everyone could tell that this was a supreme demonic god. Making him their enemy would only result in death. Where do you think you are going? Yi Fan released a light shout. Since he chose to take action, then he had to be decisive. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. This was the cruel law of entering the training field. Spare me, this one knows his wrongs. I shouldn't have surrounded Dao brother. A scholar was caught up to. His face was pale as he begged for forgiveness, almost kneeling there. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. His golden finger pointed out, and then a streak of blood flew out from his forehead. His expression of alarm froze, and then he fell straight into a pool of blood. Hong! The heavenly demonic umbrella descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. Endless strands of divine chains descended, interweaving in the sky. It was as if they were cast from divine iron, resplendent and dazzling as they suppressed Yi Fan. This was a powerful sex holy artifact. It tore apart the endless blue skies, and it was as if a sea of stars was surging. It descended to destroy all things. He's being suppressed. Everyone, quickly kill him. The middle-aged Daoist nun shouted. Her expression was sinister. The heavenly demon umbrella was pitch black like ink, and there were tens of thousands of divine chains of order that penetrated every inch of the void. It was as if they were imprisoning Yi Fan on the spot. This weapon belonged to the blue-clothed male. He hid in the distance, and after activating this weapon, he continuously chanted an ancient incantation to completely revive it. Many people's expressions changed, activating all types of magical artifacts to hack forward. It was because they knew that there was no way for them to be friendly. Even if they begged for mercy, they would still be killed. Activate the forbidden weapon and kill him. The head in the middle-aged Daoist nun's hand cried out. It was precisely Hong Lu. Her body was destroyed, and she hated Yi Fan to the extreme. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only slaughter him, or we'll all die. The middle-aged Daoist nun's expression was ferocious. She opened her mouth and spat out a small blood-red bell. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and tossed it out. Dang! The death knell shocked the world, shattering the great earth and annihilating the heavens. It quickly enlarged, the blood-colored bell turning all things into ashes. It was truly a death knell. It descended together with the heavenly demon umbrella, trapping Yi Fan within, wishing to refine him into a pool of blood. Blood energy was hazy, and ghosts wept and deities howled. It really is effective. Kill him. Everyone, we cannot cower back. This is the moment to kill this fiend. When the others saw this, they all cried out cruelly, their morale greatly boosted. Yi Fan frowned. This heavenly demon umbrella was a bit special. Apart from being a terrifying holy artifact, it also contained a strand of a powerful existence's soul. That was the head of a heavenly demon. It floated in the void, taller than a mountain peak. It was precisely this thing that posed a certain amount of threat to him, restricting this heaven and earth. Kill, we have to kill him. Even Hong Lu, who only had a head left, let out a shrill cry. She used the last of her divine force to summon the sky-flipping imprint that had cracks on it. It turned into a mountain and pressed down on Yi Fan. The magical artifacts were dazzling, all of them moving between heaven and earth. Auspicious energy was hazy, and murderous energy tore through the 9 heavens. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Lu Maple's lips. He joined hands with a few others, silently activating the forbidden artifact. They quickly rushed to the center of the battlefield, decisively making the holy artifact explode. Hong! This was a murderous calamity. All types of light covered the sun, all of them rushing over, leaving this place full of holes. It was ruined beyond recognition. Is he dead? Someone said with a trembling voice. In the distance, demonic might overflowed into the heavens. A large black umbrella over 10,000 zhang in height was actually seized by Yi Fan, and then he moved several hundred li through the air. Just now, the forbidden artifact's destructive light still couldn't hit him, only destroying an ancient land. Who is this? He single-handedly seized a fully revived holy artifact. There were a few people who were horrified to the point where their scalps went numb. He doesn't seem to have broken free from the restriction, and is still within the heavenly demon umbrella's range. Lu Maple's face was overcast as he said, this is a heavenly demon void image sealed by a senior ancestor, forming a heavenly demon domain that temporarily restricted him. Everyone, quickly take action, kill him until his body and soul are completely wiped out. Kill. Everyone took action again. The middle-aged Daoist nun continuously spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, activating the blood-colored death knell, shaking the rivers and mountains as it descended with holy might. The others also did the same, activating all types of secret treasures without any regard for the price. Flowing lights and overflowing color submerged that area. Wang. Behind Yi Fan, 5 precious swords appeared. This was the divine secret technique he obtained from the everlasting star domain. 5-color divine radiance rushed into the heavens, brandishing about as it hacked towards the heavenly demon umbrella. It was as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords crying out at the same time, releasing clanging sounds. Even though the heavenly demon umbrella was an extremely strange divine artifact, it was hacked until cracks continuously appeared. Hong. The heavenly demon's head rushed up, opening its mouth and releasing a deafening roar, wanting to swallow Yi Fan up. However, within the blinding light, Yi Fan's 6 Dao reincarnation fist directly blasted him into pieces. Black-colored demonic blood dripped down, and then it turned into a cloud of smoke. What? Even the heavenly demon's void image was killed by him. The blue-clothed male's expression changed, turning around to flee. Dang! Yi Fan's fist struck the blood-colored bell, and cracks covered it densely. He then brandished his divine fist again, and after 9 strikes, the divine artifact and the sky-flipping imprint exploded together with it. The blood-colored fragments of the bell and the sky-flipping imprint flew in all directions. Miserable cries rang out one after another, and from time to time, there would be people who would be struck, their bones broken and muscles torn. Yi Fan was like a deity descending into the mortal world, sweeping through everything before him. He continuously took action, smashing several weapons into pieces, splitting mountains and splitting seas with boundless magical power. At this point, the battle was completely one-sided, and there was no longer any suspense. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others were like stray dogs, fleeing for their lives. Some people didn't even care about their mounts, fleeing on their own. Lama slaughtered from behind, turning into a fiery cloud as he unleashed a great slaughter, becoming a king among beasts. Dao friend, we can sit down and have a chat, let's stop for now. Some people pleaded, scared to the point where their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was because they discovered that Yi Fan's speed was too fast, cutting off their path forward. Split up and escape. The middle-aged Daoist nun said through clenched teeth. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, and bloody light splashed in all directions. One of the people who had just left the group was directly beaten into a bloody paste by Yi Fan, dying on the spot. Only by staying together can we make him feel a bit of restraining fear. We can't split up, we have to withdraw from this training ground together. They lost confidence in their hearts. They didn't want to step onto the ancient training path of experts at all. As long as they could continue living, that was better than anything else. Yi Fan slowed down his speed, not too fast nor too slow. He killed them one after another, and now, there were less than 5 or 6 people left. There were a total of 23 experts, and when they worked together, they could kill ancient saints even without using forbidden artifacts. However, they were still beaten into such a miserable state by Yi Fan's people. Pooh! The blue-clothed male's eyes were sinister. He took out a small puppet that was half a foot long and spat out several dozen mouthfuls of essence blood. All of it sprinkled onto the puppet, appearing incomparably sinister. Blue Maple seemed to have lost most of his life, becoming extremely weak. It was clear that he had paid a painful price. He dipped his blood into the puppet's forehead and wrote the 2 words, Yi Fan. Then, he picked up a palm-sized small sword and fiercely hacked towards the puppet's forehead. At this moment, all of the fine hairs on Yi Fan's body stood on end. His forehead was in pain, as if a peerless weapon was about to stab into his skull. This was too sudden. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. At this moment, the treasures of the human body he had excavated during his 10 years of conquest were all opened up according to a type of instinct. Stars within the blood, divinity within the bones, Tao birth with a single thought, all of these things appeared. His forehead was shining, accompanied by a type of Tao chant. The void was cleaved open, and a type of indescribable danger was completely wiped out. Pooh! The blue-clothed male spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The puppet in his hand was turned to ashes, and the palm-sized small sword was even more so broken. His vitality was greatly injured. The middle-aged Daoist nun carried Hong Lu's head. Together with Blue Maple and the others, they were like stray dogs as they fled in fear. Their hair was disheveled and their bodies were covered in blood. I'm going to stake it all against you. She truly couldn't run anymore. The middle-aged Daoist nun's face was ashen. She activated her horsetail whisk, turning it into a heavenly river as it whipped forward. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. His strength was powerful to the extreme. A palm slashed out, shattering the river of stars. Half of the middle-aged Daoist nun's body was blasted apart. She screamed shrilly and ran for her life again. Ah, bring me along. Hong Lu cried out in fear. Only her head was left, and its essence energy had dried up. It was tossed onto the ground by the middle-aged Daoist nun. She only had her head left, and she wanted to escape on her own. However, her speed was too slow. Pung! Yi Fan took a step forward and kicked outwards. The head was smashed into pieces, and a primordial spirit rushed out. It cried out in fear, "Don't kill me. As long as you leave me alive, I'll do anything." Pooh! Yi Fan's foot stomped down, and this primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes. It turned into soil beneath his foot, and it died cleanly. The four people in front of him were scared witless. They had never felt as much despair as they did today. In the past, they could move unhindered through a region, but now, they were being chased around like dogs to the point where there was no way out. We had eyes but failed to recognize the great emperor. You are a great and magnanimous person. Please don't lower yourself to our level and spare our lives. One of them collapsed and continuously begged for mercy. Stop. As long as you let us live, everything can be discussed. Blue Maple was also on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as he cried out. Didn't you say that I should kneel down and say that I am the killing saint? Then, would sever my own cultivation and beg for your forgiveness. Yi Fan's voice was cold. His finger was like a sword as it pressed forward. Ah! Blue Maple cried out miserably. His body broke apart inch by inch, turning into broken bones and a bloody mist. In the end, it extended to his head. His primordial spirit quickly rushed out from the top of his head, and his body turned into a pile of mush. Xiao! A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of Yi Fan's finger, nailing the little person formed from the primordial spirit to death in the air. He was thoroughly dead. Yi Fan was like an immortal divine furnace. He emitted a torrential golden divine splendor. His entire person towered between heaven and earth, and he was even more terrifying than a god. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the other two were so frightened that their bodies spasmed. At this moment, what dignity! What the strongest trial! Everything had become nothingness. Yi Fan's finger was like a sword. His divine might was vast and mighty, and he was about to end the three's lives. Suddenly, 5 figures descended and blocked his path. Mountain Lord June had appeared. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. Can you be magnanimous and let them live? He asked seriously. No. Yi Fan shook his head and decisively refused. Do you think that you are very strong? You even dare to refuse Mountain Lord June? Someone beside him said coldly. Yi Fan glanced at him coldly and ignored him. His finger was like a sword as he pointed at the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others in front of him.